We will be unfortunately foregoing the beautiful moment of lighting the traditional oil lamp because of health guidelines. But instead, let us please stand and honor our national anthem of Sri Lanka.
නැවුම් මුට්ටියේ නැවුම් කිරි ඉතිරීමට බොහෝම ආසන්නයි. එය නිසකවම සංකේතවත් කරන්නේ අපේ සියලු කටයුතු වල සෞභාග්‍ය මනෝඅනුමානයි.
Please continue to stand. We will be observing a moment of silence to honor and respect Professor Dulita Fernando, former Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, who passed away last week. Thank you. I now warmly invite Vidya Jyoti Senior Professor Vajra Disanayaka, our Dean, Faculty of Medicine, to give the welcome address.
Madam Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Chandrika Wijeyaratne, Chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium, Senior Professor Preeti Udugama, Chairperson, or should I say the champion of the academic mentoring program, Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, conveners of various streams of the academic mentoring program who are gathered here this morning, members of the senior advisory team of the academic mentoring program who are gathered here this morning, all the participants who are joining us virtually. Good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to this academic mentoring program of the has been elevated to a faculty and maybe a country and even global level with the support and the initiative of the Vice Chancellor. The Annual Research Symposium Committee embraced the program and made it a part of their Annual Research Symposium program this year. For that, I'd like to thank the chairperson of the organizing committee. So it is the background in which that I have the pleasant task of welcoming Professor Chandrika Wijeyaratne, our own Professor Chandrika Wijeyaratne, should I say, as well as the Professor Preeti Udugama to this program today. Much would be said about the program itself and evolution, as it were, in the talks that would follow. So therefore, I would keep my remarks to this and wish all the participants all the very best in following this program, as well as in implementing and benefiting from what you learned today. I would like to, and I'll be failing my duty if I do not mention the fact that the academic mentoring program, the success of the program has been due to the hard work and dedication of Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, ably supported by the coordinators of the stream and the coordinators of streams and the advisory committee, the senior advisory committee. So I would like to thank all of them for their tireless work, which has made it possible for us to bring this program from its early days to what it is today. And when we go back and we take a look at the feedback that we've got, participants have said that they have benefited immensely from it in the past. And it is because of that, that I'm sure that all of you who are participating in the program today and who may take it forward their own, to further their own career, as well as maybe even the cause of academic mentoring in your own institutions, all the very best and success. So thank you very much once again to the organizing committee for having invited me to say a few words of welcome. I welcome all of you and wish you all the very best for the program today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. We will now have with us Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, chairperson of the AMP program, who will give us a glimpse of this concept of academic mentoring and also to give us an introduction about the symposium today. Sorry, there's a technical difficulty. Just bear with us for a second. Okay, I'm sorry about it. My task this morning is to brief you on the objectives and the activities of the mentoring day and to brief you on the completed and planned activities of the academic mentoring program for the coming year. This mentoring day is aimed at raising awareness on mentoring among wider academia in the local setting and then at initiating the university's support programs in field of mentoring. We are very happy to note that there are over 150 participants joining with us at this moment online. And this group, madam, includes representatives from our own University of Colombo, other government universities, many private higher education institutions and campuses, leading healthcare institutions in the country, and many professional colleges in the field of medicine. We have given out a feedback survey of and the needs in the field of mentoring. This survey is on at the moment, and while you are listening to the program, I invite you to take a minute and complete this survey also so that we are in a position to deliver the right products during the coming year. Formal mentoring and formal programs are new to us, relatively new to us, whereas in the world, high-ranked universities, most of them have well-established and wide academic mentoring programs through which they support their junior academic staff members.
Formally conducted such projects are known to have several benefits, both at individual as well as at institutional level. So moving on to present the activities of our program very briefly. The program was started in year 2016 with a small in-house program, a pilot program. We had minimal experience, minimal training, and minimal resources. We identified the mentors and mentees. We invited them to carry out mentoring sessions without giving a lot of support, without formal training. However, in the end, we plan to observe what their perceptions, what their views and experience are. In the end, however, this evaluation provided us very encouraging results. Though I don't wish to elaborate on this at the moment, we were able to identify one important point, that is, we realized that some form of formal mentor training and mentee training is necessary. So as a result, we moved on to start the phase 2 activities where we included a formal mentor training session series. This was offered to all staff, all academic staff members of the university. In addition, we offered some workshops for the junior early career academic staff as well. Following completion of these activities, we moved on to start the next series where we supported the other faculties, institutions, institutes and campuses of the university to establish formal academic mentoring programs in their own settings. So all the heads, deans of the faculties, rectors and directors nominated the representatives from each institution. We were able to form a representatives network of members. Through that program, we provided awareness raising, training mentors, and we provided support to establish programs. Over 23 training sessions have been completed so far. Several local as well as overseas resource persons have contributed, and many University of Colombo staff members as well as external participants have joined these sessions. However, our resources were very scarce. The expertise was limited during this period. We remain very thankful to our overseas collaborators who have contributed in different ways. They have given lectures. They have provided guidance in establishing our program, the in-house program. They shared their experience. They answered the questions as well as they provided follow-up support. As a result, now many institutions of the university have established their programs, and many are in the process of initiating and progressing with their mentoring activities. We continue to work together as a university representatives network group. We meet with each other, we discuss with each other, share the problems, share the challenges as well as our success stories so that we learn, continue to learn from each other. Through this, we have been able to develop our expertise and experience. We have been able to develop a university pool of mentors, of which the details will soon be available to our early career staff members through our website. We have recently started establishment of a network of alumni mentors as well. So with this experience, we are moving to start the phase 3 program today, where we wish to extend our support to other institutions as well. So we have invited our government and private sector higher education institutions and the professional colleges in medicine. And we plan to deliver activities, our workshops and CPD programs, where we'll be concentrating on raising awareness, training mentors, as well as providing support to those who are keen on establishing mentoring programs. So today's list of participants are from different institutions, different disciplines, and this is probably a group of senior, mid-career, as well as early career staff. So this is undoubtedly a great reservoir of strengths and skills, and these are the hidden gifts that we have, and it's time to unpack all our hidden gifts. So moving on to present very briefly the mentoring day activities. The rest of the speeches of the inauguration will follow this little introduction. During the session 1, the focus will be on the institutional benefits in mentoring. In the session 2, we will be concentrating on the individual benefits in mentoring. Following that, in the third session, the University of Colombo representatives will be discussing and they will be presenting their experience to the group. Following that, in the final session, that is the session for you to talk and for us to listen, where we want to learn how you feel, what your priorities and experiences are, so that we can deliver the right products during the coming year. Following that, we will be presenting the results of a feedback survey that we have carried out to identify the needs of the faculty of medicine staff as well. So with that little introduction, I conclude this presentation. I hope you will stay with us until the end of the day and enjoy the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. As Professor Vajra Dissanayake rightly mentioned, Dr. Yamuna is truly the champion of the academic mentoring program. Next, to address the audience will be Senior Professor Preeti Udugama, who is the chairperson of the University of Colombo Annual Research Symposium 2021.
It's not necessary.
I don't know. Maybe I will need it.
Yeah, okay. So,
I don't know.
presentation.
No, I
You don't have presentation. Oh,
This is really little scary. Can I take this?
okay, sure.
Do I need to touch this? No. Right. I wish you all a very good morning. Madam Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Chandrika Vijayaratna, Chief Guest of this session today, Dean Faculty of Medicine, Vidya Jyoti, Senior Professor Vajra Dissanayake, Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, pioneer of this AMP program of the Faculty of Medicine, Senior Advisory Committee members of the AMP of the Faculty of Medicine, and other team members, distinguished invitees who will be coming online, I guess, and very especially the center of attraction today, the early career academics. We had a successful concluding ceremony of the Annual Research Symposium 2020 last evening. And the conference or the session today, I believe, is held as a post-Congress event of the Annual Research Symposium 2020 of our university, and which explains my presence here this morning. And thank you, Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, for your kind invitation extended to me to be part of the Mentoring Day 2021. Now, a word about the Annual Research Symposium of 2020. It was held for the 13th consecutive year across the Sri Pali campus, 9 faculties, the University of Colombo School of Computing, 3 institutes, and the library network. There were 13 symposia and 3 international conferences held under the umbrella of the Annual Research Symposium 2020. And it's included the presentation of 439 abstracts in total. And as we are all aware, an academic's duties are 3-pronged. That is teaching, research, and service. The Annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo provides a platform for students and faculty members to showcase their research prowess, and therefore young academics should be encouraged and supported to participate in this annual flagship event of our university, both as researchers and as organizers of related events. I'm privileged to be here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to be part of a process that I very strongly believe in, and that is mentoring. And allow me to be a little personal, Madam Vice Chancellor, at this point. I stand here this morning not only owing to my genes that I inherited from my parents and my ancestors, but more so because I was informally mentored by my then chair and senior professor, Professor W.D. Ratnasurya, who recruited me to the Department of Zoology 26 years ago. I was very fortunate to have been thus guided, starting off as an early career academic under his wings until I could be labeled as a mid-career academic, and still so. I'm about to retire now, but I still, am under his wings. He taught me all the nuances of being a good teacher and a researcher within this system. I excelled in both spheres as a role model. So looking back today, he was a living, breathing, larger than life staff development center to me. I will be miserably failing in my duties if I do not mention the excellent research training I received under the wings of my PhD mentors, Professor Kamini Mendis and Professor Sriyal Malik Piris. To this day, I turn to them for advice and guidance related to my career, which is at the very tail end, as I told you. Two other personalities who have greatly influenced my academic career are Emeriti Professors Sarath Kottagama and Professor Eric Karunanayaka. So I've been blessed to have so many gigantic personalities in my life as my mentors. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, all that mentoring is informal. I observed them, listened to their visionary thoughts and ideas, had discussions with them, and actually picked their brains when I faced problems related to my career. So some of you are privileged to be already registered in a formal mentoring program. I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana for pioneering this program in the medical faculty of our university. And I'm glad to bring to your notice, Madam Vice Chancellor, that we have taken a leaf from them and will be launching a parallel program for mentoring the early career academics of the Faculty of Science in the centenary year 2021. We have already formed a working group of mentors and we'll be recruiting young academics to this program within the next few weeks. And thank you very much, Yamuna, again for your strong support of our efforts. So we wish you and your team much success with your mentoring program. And I wish the participants of today's session as early career academics to have truly successful careers and to reach academic excellence without falling into many pitfalls in your career path by being a positive mentee in a mentoring program. So that brings me to the end of my talk. I wish this, the Mentoring Day 2021, much success. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Ayubowan.
Thank you, Madam. Next, I warmly invite Senior Professor Chandrika Vijayaratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, to address the audience. Madam, the podium is yours.
Ayubowan, good morning. Dean Medicine, Professor Vajira Disanayaka, the Chair of the Annual Research Symposium 2020, Senior Professor Preeti Udugama, Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, the focal point for mentoring formally in the University of Colombo, and all my colleagues from the medical faculty who have been supporters, advisors, resource persons over the past 3.5 to 4 years, as well as the keynote speakers who are online, our participants, as well as some of the mentors in our university system who would be joining in as respected speakers and resource persons who are also probably online. So yesterday, which was the 21st day of the 21st year of the 21st century, was 100 years of the University of Colombo's mark in science and arts. Although this faculty, my home ground and many of yours, including Professor Preeti's, if I'm permitted to say so, started 150 years ago, and therefore no doubt it is the University of Colombo that has to give the formal mentoring the lead. No doubt we have had informal mentors. And I was taken back to think about the philosopher Aristotle, who said that it is teachers who really inculcate, parents give birth, but it's the teachers who really inculcate the important values. And also the fact that in the Hippocratic Oath, I'm sure the role modeling and the mentoring are factored in, although most unfortunately, we do not observe it in a ceremonial fashion, which is something that I would like to propose to this mother faculty of medicine. No doubt we all had mentors informally, and including the lady whom we remembered this morning, Professor Dulitha Fernando. To me, she was a very important informal mentor, from getting processes right to writing project proposals, needs assessments, lots of things which I learned very informally, having crossed her path very accidentally. In as much as we also need to appreciate that now our numbers are large, our fields are large, and therefore I really congratulate you, Yamuna. From being in the Department of Parasitology, you have seen the big picture. In medicine, in health sciences, and beyond. And you have really brought about a change, and I'm really very, very humbled by that fact that of your intense passion and commitment with no hidden agenda. So at the same time, I would like to give you a brief overview about the fact that the University of Colombo has its commitment to converting formally from being a teaching university to being a research-based university. And in fact, in our research discussions with our senior advisor from the UK, Professor Homa Maniasingham, when she said we need to have early career guidance and in research and mentoring, pop came the memory box that Yamuna is there. And that's how this whole thing of formalizing a day for mentoring was possible in this 100th year. And that, I think, was truly serendipitous. And I really look forward to this being taken up formally by the educational giants of this country, who are policymakers and planners. So many congratulations once again to all those involved, and also the fact that we really need to appreciate that there is the socio-cultural element of the Oriental outlook, the Sri Lankan outlook. And in fact, in some of these settings, as I was mentioning to some of the advisors just before, there is even like a feudal system, which we need to appreciate and try to break away and make true role models, and also not have anyone being left behind or affected in this process. So our students have to be the focus, our educational norms have to be the focus, and I'm sure we will get there, and we are getting there. So all the very best, and thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you, madam, for your words of strength. Now it's time for our keynote address by a very illustrious person, an alumni of University of Colombo, who has made Sri Lanka proud on an international arena. It's none other than Professor Sarath Gunapala. He will be talking to us on why he believes in mentoring, and will be joining us online from USA. His citation will be read by Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to introduce the keynote speaker of the day, Professor Sarath Deshapriya Gunapala. After receiving school education from Nalanda College in Colombo and university education from University of Colombo, he obtained his PhD from University of Petersburg in 1986. Professor Gunapala is known worldwide as a researcher and a research leader. He is also a global leader in the field of infrared detectors and FPA technology. His research in infrared imaging has been critical in successfully enhancing night vision technology medical diagnostics, service and maintenance applications, as well as Earth and planetary science remote sensing applications. Professor Gunapala currently leads the Micro Devices and Instruments section of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory as the manager. He is also the director of the Center for Infrared Photodetectors and a principal member of engineering staff of California Institute of Technology. Professor Gunapala is also the founder of Infrared Photonics Group in 1996, and currently he serves as supervisor
Sir.
I just said a word.
Sir, if I may, let
Yeah,
me
I can hear you.
ask, like, yeah, if you compare the formal versus informal mentoring, coming from a very informal society like Sri Lankan society, how would you see that? Because you talked about both the examples, but we tend to be more informal towards guiding our mid-career professionals. So what would be the pros and cons?
Actually, the informal is the best. If you make this mandatory, mentoring is mandatory, everybody must take it, then it's not going to work very good, because we humans, I think you are talking, we both talking at the same time. So I'll stop.
She's on mute. We can't hear you.
No, I can hear you.
We could hear you, but we can't hear the beautiful lady who is talking because that is on mute.
I'll wait. You want me to answer that question or somebody talking?
I would love to hear your answer, but she's talking without.
Okay.
Udugama, who came in spite of her commitments and hectic schedule. Thank you, Madam. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our panel of international and national speakers, session moderators, advisors, who will be sharing their wisdom and invaluable experiences with our young academics. This is a challenging time period for organizing an academic event. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for IT committee and AV unit led by Dr. Rashan and Dr. Dakshita, and of course the administrative staff for going out of the way, supporting conducting this program in line with the new norms. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for your presence today and gracing this event. I hope that all of you will benefit much from this event and will be taking away new knowledge, new friendships, and fond memories. Enjoy the rest of the event. Happy mentoring.
Thank you, Charmendri. This is a message for the participants. Please be kind enough to fill the information sheet which was emailed to you. This is to identify your needs and also to be able to fill the certificate which is to be given to you at the end of this session. Because of time issues, we will be continuing on to the next session, which is on mentoring and university systems. Our speaker for today will join online. She is Professor Kalyani Pereira, Director, Quality Assurance and Accreditation Council, University of Grants Commission, Sri Lanka. Professor Kalyani Pereira is a graduate of the University of Peradeniya. She started her academic career in 1977 and is the first female academic in the Sri Lankan State University system to achieve professorship in agriculture. Following retirement, she served as a UG member of the Uvavellassa University Council and of the Moratuwa University Council. Professor Pereira has been heavily involved in the quality assurance in university education since 2002. She has trained over 1,000 academics of the university system in QA aspects and published several research articles on it. She established the internal quality assurance unit of the university and served as its director until retirement. Professor Pereira served as the National Quality Assurance Consultant of the state's universities and is a member of the Standing Committee on Quality Assurance of the UGC. She is also involved in the quality assurance manuals formulating for institutional review and program review. She has trained a large number of academics in self-evaluation report preparation and reviewing. She served as the curriculum development consultant for 7 national universities and helped developing outcomes-based curricula in compliance with SLQF and benchmark statements. After retirement, she served as the quality assurance consultant of the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. In September 2020, she was appointed as the acting director of the Quality Assurance Council, in which capacity she serves at present.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very nice introduction. Professor Chandrika Wijeyaratne, Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo and Chief Guest of this workshop, Professor Sarath Gunapala, the distinguished keynote speaker who delivered a very, very impressive speech, Professor Vajra Disanayaka, Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, Professor Preeti Udagama, Chair, Annual Research Symposium 2020, Professor Nirmali Pallewatta, Director of the Center for Quality Assurance at University of Colombo, Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, the focal point, the star of the event really, Chair of the Academic Mentoring Program and the organizer of this workshop, distinguished invitees, deans, heads of departments, professors, other members of academia, and all students, all other participants. First of all, I wish to thank Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana for inviting me to speak at this very important workshop. At the same time, I wish to thank Professor Nirmali Pallewatta for contacting me and facilitating this speech. I wish to congratulate Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana and her team for meticulously organizing and staging this important workshop, and thank every one of you for participation. Now I wish to go to my presentation, and I will turn off the video. If you can allow me to, can I share this? Share the video. Share screen. Can you see this now? Okay. Yamuna, can you see? Can you see the presentation, please?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. This is on formal mentoring programs, quality assurance, and accreditation of university. Mentoring, as we know and as had been mentioned, is the art of facilitating learning and development of others. It has been in existence possibly from the time the people started learning from each other. It has been defined, it has actually gained recognition where over time, and different institutes have started their mentoring programs because of its importance, and they have defined the mentoring in different ways to fit their goals, to suit their goals. For example, mentoring has been defined by the University of Colombo Academic Mentoring Program as a system of semi-structured guidance, whereby one person shares the knowledge skills, and experience to assist others to progress in their own lives and careers. Whereas the Standing Committee on Postgraduate Medicine and Dental in London has defined it as a process whereby an experienced, highly regarded, empathetic person, the mentor, guides another one, usually younger individual, the mentee, in the development and re-examination of their own ideas, learning, and personal as well as professional development. So regardless of the definition, three basic components remain intact. That is the mentor, the mentee, and the process. Now, as I said earlier, over time, the mentoring has become more formal. It has started with informal mentorship and has evolved to a more formal mentorship. There because of their advantages. However, having said that, I should mention, as Professor Gunapala indicated, there are advantages in informal mentorship because it lasts longer, really speaking, but formal mentorships are time limited. The informal mentorship is natural friendship and it's just self-selected, not very structured, and outcomes are not very well planned, whereas formal mentorship is much more purposeful, considering institutional goals and deliberate pairing of mentors and mentees, and is structured and planned. So the accountability and the structure has improved over time when it is transforming from informal to formal mentorship. There are certain advantages because in this formal mentorship over informal mentorship, whereas informal mentorship itself has its own unique advantages. The formal mentoring is generally linked to university goals and helps in achieving the university goals as well as individual goals. It is generally strategically planned and organized for to achieve measurable outcomes. It has open access to all those who qualify, not only for your friend to become a mentor, so it is not limited to anyone. Therefore, it supports diversity and inclusion and avoids favoritism. And generally, because this formal mentorship or formal mentoring is organized by the institute, there is expert training and strategic pairing of mentors and mentees so that they will be matching, and mentors are trained. So it benefits not only the mentors and mentees, as in the case of informal mentoring, but also the university, the faculty, and the study program. I don't want to go into more details because you are actually experts in mentoring. However, I was told that there are some participants who are not very familiar with or not very experienced in mentoring. That is why I mentioned these things. So over time, mentoring has evolved to embrace many wide range of activities, not only facilitator, but coach, a protector, a critic, a trainer, a role model supporter, guide, advisor, counselor, interpreter, expert, advocate, friend, and motivator. And it has now it is now recognized as a very important and extremely beneficial career development tool. Having recognized that, the University of Colombo has pioneered in initiating or commencing an academic mentoring program, and I wish to congratulate you for that. And they have started this in 2016 with the aim of improving the strength and quality of academic staff of the faculty, to support the young academics, and to inculcate a mentoring culture in the academia. They have conducted many training workshops, obtained annual field feedback, evaluated the program, and also shared their knowledge with and experience with other parties who are interested through workshops and training programs. Since the University of Colombo Academic Mentoring Program aims to improve strength and quality of academic staff, it brings us to the question of quality. What is quality? Quality actually has initiated or its origin is in the industry where input, output, and the process are in a linear fashion. And subsequently, quality has integrated it has gone into all the other aspects of life, including higher education. And different people give many different definitions to quality. For example, if something is exceptionally good, we say that is of quality. If something do not have any defects, some say it is of quality. If something gives you value for money, we say it is of quality. If something fits for the purpose, we say it is of quality. So there is still no universally accepted singular definition for quality. However, since quality is now has become very, very important in the present context of higher education, we cannot progress without taking necessary steps to improve quality, assure quality. In this regard, if each and every one of us define quality in the ways that we wanted to define, it is not going to be good, or it will not meet our expectations. Therefore, Commonwealth of Learning in 2006 has defined quality as fitness for purpose with minimum cost to the society. And that is the definition that we have adopted in quality assurance in our country. So what is the purpose? Fitness for purpose, then we need to know the purpose of higher education in the 21st century. The purpose of higher education had been defined and been categorized as training of high level of human resources. Who are the high level of human resources? The policymakers, the researchers, the academics, the training of high level of human resources. That is our responsibility, one of our responsibilities. Generating new knowledge through research. That is generating new knowledge. That is through research. And where else can you find such a large number of human resources, professional resources to conduct research else other than in the universities which are the knowledge repositories. So generating new knowledge through research is another one of our responsibilities or functions. Accessing and adapting existing global knowledge for local use. This would be one of the things that would be very relevant to us in countries like ours, where we do not have all the cutting edge technology to do all fundamental research that we want to do. Therefore, whatever the available knowledge, existing global knowledge, adapting it to our local use to make it more relevant is another function of higher education. Finally, transmission of norms, values, attitudes, and ethics necessary for constructing healthy civil societies and cohesive cultures. Even if you train high-level human resources, even if you generate new knowledge, even if you access and adapt existing global knowledge for local use, if we don't transmit norms, values, attitudes, and ethics necessary for constructing healthy civil societies and cohesive cultures, we will be doomed, really speaking. So every university, every study program needs to address these functions, because the quality of any university or any study program is viewed within this broad perspective. to whom this quality of higher education is important. It is definitely important for the university. It is definitely important for the study program because it is now ranking, recognition, securing funds in time to come, and students, attracting students for the university and study program. These things depend on your recognition, the quality of the study program. For the graduates, the quality of the education that they receive and the standard that they receive is important to secure employment, to progress in their life, to become what they want to become, etc. For the economy of the country, therefore, it is important because we need to generate human capital to face challenges in the knowledge society, knowledge economy, and we need to form a knowledge base and disseminate this knowledge, etc. So for the economy to improve or economic development, we need, and also to construct healthy societies and cohesive cultures in terms of society and culture, it is important. I just want to share with you some of the performance indicators used in World University Ranking to show how quality is important in getting recognition. Some of the five most important criteria used in World University Ranking include teaching, research, citations, international outlook, and industry income. The teaching, quality of teaching, fitness for purpose of teaching will improve its quality, and its learning environment is very important. The staff, the administrators, the non-academic staff, teaching, learning environment, the physical facilities, all that is important. Research, how relevant it is, it be basic research or applied research, the amount of research done, how good these are, and whether you have generated any income, the university, and what is its reputation. The citations, we do use citation index now, because if your research is important, it will be cited. And citation indicates research influence, which is used to determine as a criteria for World University Ranking. International outlook, the international student ratio to local student ratio, whether you can attract international students, international staff, whether there are collaborative research with the others. So you need to think about this. And industry income, we can have links with the industry. This generated knowledge transfer will generate income for the university, and industry income is another indicator that would be used in World University Ranking. So as you see, teaching, research, community services, and industry linkages, which are our core functions, are actually considered in university ranking. Therefore, the quality parameters, these are quality parameters, do contribute to the rank of the university and the study program. In this case, both state and non-state higher education providers need to pay due attention to the quality of education provision and the standard of awards. We need to make sure that we award a first class or grade, the highest grade, to a student who deserves that, not to a student who does not deserve it. This brings us to quality assurance. So that is, if that is quality, what is quality assurance? Quality assurance is ensuring fitness for purpose. That is, fitness for purpose is with minimum cost to the society is quality. So ensuring that quality is quality assurance, in simple words. Accreditation is formal, independent verification that a program or institution meets the established quality standards and it is competent in carrying out the specified tasks. As at present, we do not do accreditation by the Quality Assurance Council. However, the reviews that we conduct is form of accreditation because they give grades, they assign grades. Quality assurance in higher education is the means by which a university, a faculty, or a department, even for a staff member, can guarantee with confidence that its academic, research, and community service functions do fulfill the expectations or measure up to the threshold minimum requirements of the stakeholders with minimum cost to the society. That is how we have defined quality assurance in higher education. Who is responsible for managing or assuring quality in higher education? Let us have a look. These are our 4 core functions: training of high-level human resources, generating knowledge through research, accessing and adapting global knowledge for local use, transmission of norms, values, attitudes, and ethics. Who is responsible? The policymakers, yes, the UGC, the ministry, and the administrators, the academic staff, academic support staff, non-academic staff, students, all of us are responsible for maintaining quality, improving quality, assuring quality. Therefore, please remember, quality assurance is the responsibility of everyone in the faculty of the university. It is a collective process. It is not a process of the responsibility of the QC/QA director or the IQAU coordinator, IQAC coordinators. It is the responsibility of everyone. Unless everyone cooperates, assists, it will not be possible for the IQAC coordinators or to the CQA director or to the vice chancellor and the deans and the heads of departments only to assure quality. Everybody, everyone has a responsibility of maintaining, improving, and assuring quality, for which we have established a quality assurance system for the state universities in Sri Lanka, which is the dual LAM system. Actually, we started with a single LAM system, that is the external quality assurance. People come and, but later in 2002, 2003, we realized that it is not going to be very effective. Therefore, the internal quality assurance system, internal quality assurance arm also has been established at the level of universities. It had been named as Internal Quality Assurance Unit at the beginning. Now it is renamed as Center for Quality Assurance. And that is actually the cornerstone of quality assurance in a university. Please remember, external quality assessment, the external reviewers will come, they will periodically, but the internal quality assurance unit or the CQA, Center for Quality Assurance, and their members are there with you, and they have the responsibility of maintaining, improving, and assuring quality. And you need to, every one of you need to help them in assuring quality. I will come to mentoring there. Okay, we do have external quality assessment in 3-step process. That is the SER preparation or self-evaluation, report preparation, and then review, and then reporting. And the post review, you need to work on the recommendations. Yeah. In order for this quality assurance to be facilitated, we have established reference points, which are Sri Lanka qualification framework, which do have qualification descriptors and level descriptors, etc. And therefore, you need to comply with these requirements. In the curricula, there are benchmark statements. I wish to mention that the benchmark statements they indicate the scope and nature of the subject, and also indicates the attributes that are expected of the degree holders. So we do have about 44 benchmark statements, and we are in the process of revising them. I wish to congratulate Professor Jennifer Pereira and her team, the benchmark statement, who have very successfully revised the benchmark statement in medicine and submitted it. And we are in the process of publishing it. So we do have benchmark statements. You need to pay due attention to those benchmark statement specifications when we are developing a curriculum or revising a curriculum. We do also have reference points in terms of codes of practice. This is how we should behave, our behavior and the other practices. Then, in order to facilitate this review, we have developed guidelines in the form of manuals for institutional review, for program review, that is for the study programs, for the universities or institutes, for external degree programs. This program review manual is for the traditional undergraduate study programs. This is for external degree programs, open and distance learning programs. And now we are in the process of developing a manual for postgraduate study programs. We do have Quality Assurance Council at the level of UGC, which is headed by me for the time being, actually. And we do monitor, facilitate, and promote quality assurance, quality in all the universities. We do very many activities, which I am not going to specify here, but you do know some of them. We conduct reviews, we do promote. Okay, why do we do all these things? Because we need to be accountable. We depend on taxpayers' money, and they expect certain quality and standards of the study programs. And in order to make sure that we do meet those quality and standards expected by these stakeholders, and ensure consistency in the academic and administrative functions within a university. It is like you have to do certain things in certain way. You can't perform something for some person in one way and another person in another way. So there should be consistency. Ensure quality of the graduates. Their profile should meet the stakeholder expectations. So when you are developing the curriculum, you need to know what are the expectations of the stakeholders. And based on that, you need to develop the profile. And based on that, we need to develop the curriculum. Promote adopting, sharing, and internalizing good practices. This is another thing that in quality assurance. And thereby inculcate quality culture. Thereby facilitate continuous quality improvement. By doing so, we will be able to instill confidence on our ability or capacity to safeguard the quality of education provision and the standard of awards. It also provides us a way, because we will be publishing the reports and the grades. So it will provide a systematic, clear, and accessible information on the standards and quality claimed by any university to anybody who is interested. This can be used to showcase our innovative approaches employed by the faculty, university to teaching, research, community services, management, outreach, etc. So because of these things, we have this quality assurance. And what is relevant to you is institutional review and program review. These are the two units, institute and program. Institutional review, we assess the effectiveness of the ways. Ways are the policies, the procedures, the bylaws, the other standard operational procedures, etc., that are there within across the university-wide processes to safeguard the quality of academic provision and the standard of awards. And at the level of program, study program, we assess the effectiveness of the ways in which the faculty safeguards the quality of academic provision of the study program and the standard of awards, for which I'm sure you know that we have developed these manuals identifying the criteria, which are the core, the core aspects which will contribute to the quality. And we have identified 10 aspects with respect to institutional quality and 8 aspects with respect to program quality. And for each criterion, we have identified large number of good practices, which are called best practices, and the standards. The numbers in parentheses are the number of standards. Standards is the optimum, the expected way of doing those practices, performing those practices. So we have, in effect, we do have some 145 standards and the institutes which will determine the quality, and 156 standards in program which will determine the quality of program. Now, I would like to tell you that out of the 156 standards, approximately 93 standards are relevant to quality of the academic staff. So you have a very important role to play. Now, mentoring and quality assurance. Mentoring very aptly has decided or selected the aim of improving strength and quality of staff. In which case, it has to, the mentoring programs need to pay attention to quality determinants. What are those? The ones that are the outcome, what I mentioned, the best practices that are indicated in the quality assurance manuals, which will belong to these 4 categories. And generally, teaching, research, and community services, industry links, etc., are used in staff promotion scheme as well. Therefore, the academic mentoring program, when you are conducting, it would be good if you can pay due attention to these quality determinants and thereby facilitate, enhance the quality of the staff, the mentees, which will subsequently enhance, which will lead to enhancement of quality of academic, research, and community services undertaken by the staff, which will lead to ensure fitness for purpose of these functions provided by the university as well as the study program, which is quality assurance. So, mentoring, in my opinion, is a very important activity. I would say that it is a very important pillar which will support quality assurance. So I have borrowed this from a handbook of mentoring. Establishing mentoring programs with impact has 5 stages. They have identified designing the program, attracting the participants, connecting mentors and mentees, guiding mentoring, and measuring success. I'm very sure you have done it in the academic mentoring program of the University of Colombo. But for those who are not very familiar, I'm going to take 1 minute of your time to indicate this. When you are formulating mentoring policy, take into consideration the objectives, which in case of the University of Colombo academic mentoring program are stated here. The target groups not only should not only be new recruits, even the existing academic staff when they assume new positions it would be good to mentor underperforming academic staff with professional development needs, academic staff returning from long-term vacations or absence. They also should be included in this mentoring program as mentees. And the policies, other policies, the quality assurance policy of the university, staff recruitment policy, professional development policy, staff appraisal policy, equal opportunities policy. All these also should be taken into consideration when you are formulating mentoring policy. Then you identify, plan and key performance indicators, formulate a mentoring scheme, taking into consideration of all the other routine schemes that are ongoing within the university, such as staff induction schemes, staff development programs, career guidance, etc., and establish the key qualities which they have established, really speaking, in the University of Colombo academic mentoring program. But those of you who have not really still started, you have to establish the key qualities required of members and identify those members with those characteristics and those who are willing to serve as mentors. Not everybody would be willing to serve as members. And train them for authentic communication and establish the guidelines for mentoring, allocate mentees with profile matching, and organize the first meeting connecting mentors and mentees, and facilitate the process and reciprocal relationships to progress, monitor and evaluate impact and success. Having said that, as Professor Gunapari indicated, making it very formal, too formal would be not good. Have a formal scheme, but allow for some informality within that. So it should be a semi-formal for the time being, at least. It is essential, if you want to improve the quality, that everyone is aware of the quality determinants in teaching, research, and community service functions of the university and the study programs. At the same time, I'm very sure that every one of you are somewhat aware. Whether you appreciate the value of quality assurance, I'm not very sure. So we need to appreciate, otherwise we will not get into this with wholeheartedly. Appreciate the value of quality assurance and committed to improve and ensure quality in teaching, learning, research, and community functions. Therefore, quality assurance awareness programs will be of very much importance to go hand in hand with the monitoring training programs. It will be useful for you to pay attention to the best practices specified in the quality assurance manuals when implementing activities to improve the quality of staff, and collaborate with Center for Quality Assurance, Staff Development Center, and Career Guidance units, their activities and their staff. Thank you very much. I wish the deliberations every success, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I think the question and answering session will be after Professor Nirmali Palevatta's presentation. Thank you. I can't hear you, madam. I don't hear you. Something has happened to the connection, I think.
Now it should be okay. Speak. Speak. No.
Not yet, not yet.
Sorry, there's.
Okay. Okay now. Good. Thank you.
We'll continue on with the
There is an echo because somebody's
continue on
computer.
with the next session. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties we are facing here. The next speaker is Professor Nirmali Palevatta, who is the Director of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, University of Colombo. Professor Palevatta is the Director of the Center for Quality Assurance of the University of Colombo. She has been involved with quality assurance programs of the University Grants Commission and has held the post of Secretary of the University IQAC Committee since 2013 to 2018. Her experience includes being a subject and program reviewer of state universities and a reviewer of program and institutional proposals for funding from the HETC and AHEAD projects. She has contributed to the development and upgrade of syllabi of science-based subjects at other universities and also to quality assurance processes at the UGC Standing Committee, where she represents the University of Colombo. Professor Nirmali is a professor in zoology and environmental science at the Department of Zoology and Environment Science, University of Colombo. Since the 1990s, she has branched out from academia into many other ecological and environmental topics, especially with those that combine environment conservation with socio-economic aspects. She is a member of many national and sectoral committees and fora, providing technical inputs and policy-level guidance to a range of environmental programs of the Ministry of Environment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I believe you can hear me.
Yes, madam.
Yes. Hello. Thank you. Can people see me, or may I start sharing my presentation?
Yes, madam.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I hope you can hear me and also see my presentation. Am I right?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Yamuna, for inviting me. And I don't know if the Madam Vice Chancellor and the Dean is still here, but however, I'd like to acknowledge their presence here as well as other distinguished invitees. And thank you, Professor Kalyani Pereira. You made my job very easy because you spoke in a very detailed manner about the quality assurance process that is relevant, as I know, to the state university system of Sri Lanka, and obviously it has relevance to the others as well. Just quickly, I don't intend to take too much time because I know we are kind of running late. May I know among the participants, are there any who are outside the state higher education system who are listening to this? Is it possible to have a show of hands? Okay. Yes, I see a few. Well, see, because what I'm going to talk about is obviously because what I know best, which is the quality assurance program as formulated by the University Grants Commission, which is applicable to the state-funded university higher education system of Sri Lanka. It's not only for universities. Therefore, some of the things that I will be talking about might not appear, you may not be familiar obviously with it and may not consider them to be relevant either. However, I shall continue with what I have been tasked to do. Okay. Okay, right. This, I don't know if you can see this. I'm trying to move this bar around so that people can see this. Okay. This is the UGC circular, because I would just like to reiterate, we are no longer the Internal Quality Assurance Unit. We are now the Center for Quality Assurance Unit, CQA, and the office bears this name board. And if you care to visit, please do, those who are from the University of Colombo, the website of the Center for Quality Assurance. And there is a Senate Standing Committee on Quality Assurance of the University of Colombo. It is chaired by the Vice Chancellor and consists of all the coordinators of the IQAC from all faculties, Sri Pali Campus Institute, deans, directors, or their representatives, as well as many others. We hold our regular monthly meetings every last Thursday in the morning. Of course, since May 2020, we have held it online, and I really don't see much of a difference whether we meet face-to-face or online. And the most important thing that I would like to say that is required for quality assurance is for among academics, right? Since we are all talking about academic mentoring here, attitude, attitude, attitude. Madam Kalyani touched on this in different ways while she was speaking, but this is the most important ingredient. And this is actually it is your attitude that determines whether you appreciate the role of quality assurance within the university or not, or whether you disregard this and you think, oh, I have more important things to do in order to make progress with my career, right? Because there are many different aspects to quality of an academic, as we have heard repeatedly, right? And my view on this is a more holistic approach, but I would like to keep some of what I have to say to the panel discussion that we will have, where Professor Kamini Mendis will also join. And subject reviews, Madam Kalyani talked about this, so I don't need to talk about this. Institutional reviews are actually on my mind, because University of Colombo is coming up for its institutional review this year. We may not have it this year as planned because of the disruptions of COVID. But however, we had our first institutional review in 2016, and we obviously are getting ready for the next one, right? And there, as Madam Kalyani showed, this is the manual, right? And it looks at institution-wide mechanisms, and not just mechanisms, implementation of the practices to improve and maintain quality, right? And these are the 10 criteria that are part of the institution-wide mechanism, right? And as you can see, if you look at this is the marking scheme. It's on a weightage, right? However, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that there are some that receive a larger proportion of the marks than those that are, how may I say, they are considered to be less important, right? They are considered to be less important, right? Okay. Now, if I do, just want to ask you, I hope you don't see there is the bar of the Zoom session. That is, I can see it, but I hope you don't see it. It's not blocking your view. Am I right? You can't see your screen?
We can see the screen, Professor Pallevatta, but we can't see your slides moving. I don't know, at least that is for me.
What?
I see only the first slide.
My goodness. What? I'm already on something like the 6th or 7th slide. Really?
Since I knew what you were talking about, I didn't disturb. I don't know about the other participants. I still see the slide with your name.
Good heavens. Why is this?
Same here. I also don't see the slides moving. I see the first slide only. Yeah.
Madam, we also have the same issue.
Yeah.
We only can see the first slide, madam.
So then now how do we fix this? Because That's a huge problem. Is there some issue that I need to fix here? Wait a minute. Okay, right. Do you see this now? Do you see this now?
Yes, madam.
Okay. I don't, yeah, okay, all right, please.
Can
I'll
I
just
suggest
go through this.
to unshare and share again?
Yes, okay, but now you can see the second slide, right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Okay, right, let me quickly rush through this. We are now called the Center for Quality Assurance, right? I did not put this on full screen. Do you want me to put this on full screen? Okay, all right. Okay, we are now the Center for Quality Assurance, and this is the website, right? And we have the Senate Standing Committee. This is because, just to give a quick overview of the mechanism, chaired by the Vice Chancellor, we meet every month. The most important ingredient is for quality assurance, for it to be successful among academics, attitude, right? Without this, we are not going to move forward. When I say we, obviously this is not just the role of just myself or the people who work for me or the IQAC coordinators alone, everybody, all academics, and for that matter, the entire institution. And institutional reviews have been discussed from a long time ago. I'm concentrating on this because Madam Kalyani gave a good introduction to program reviews also. We are now waiting for our next institutional review. And institutional review looks at institution-wide mechanisms. And these are the 10 criteria that are looked at or evaluated, reviewed. And this is the marking scheme table where I show you the weightage, right? And as you can see, some are more important than others. I hope everybody can now see the slides moving. Am I right?
Yes, we can see.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. And I did a very simple analysis, like the way Madam had done, right? Of the institutional review criteria, criterion 6, strength and quality of staff, that has 11 standards in it. And from the other standards, 12 standards are directly relevant for mentoring and 19 are indirectly relevant to the mentoring program. But of course, when I look at it from a larger picture, I'll come to that later. Obviously, there are many other standards of the institutional review that are highly relevant to the mentoring program and what it aims to do, right? Just a few quick tips. I know that Yamuna told me focus on mentoring, but I'd like to focus on the quality assurance aspect because let me tell you right now, this is my experience, right? I have been in this, how may I say, business for nearly 15 years in quality assurance, and I've been a university academic for more than 30 years. The majority of the academics do not appreciate, I repeat this, quality assurance work, right? Because I'm not blaming them, because this is the way it has been until very recently, right? Quality assurance, as Madam Kalyani, who is listening in, knows, has come a long way, right? And there is a great deal of acceptance. I believe you remember, Madam, you are one of the pioneers of this, of how it all started and the resistance with which we have all been greeted by our own colleagues, right, at the early stages. But now things are different and they're changing. I agree with you. So things are improving, right? However, for the junior or mid-level career academics, these are just a few tips that I would like to suggest that you take on right now. Because obviously the older you get, the more resistant you are to change, normal human behavior, I think, right? However, to the young academics, it's very relevant because this will be part of your future career trajectory. So develop ways to demonstrate ownership of the program, right? Get involved in it. Don't leave it for others to decide the quality of your teaching programs, no matter how senior they are, right? I also was listening very carefully to what Dr. Sarath Gunapala said. We'll come to that later. So, okay, lesson number 2, right? Organize the evidence, because these comes very handy, okay? Lesson 3, be familiar with these manuals. Don't wait until your dean announces, oh, our programs are going to be evaluated, or the vice chancellor of your university says we are undergoing an institutional review in so many months, and then, you know, you all have to get to work, right? Of course, this, right? Madam Kalyani showed the 4 areas or the domains, if I may call it, through which the quality of an academic has to improve, right? With the first one, which was to do with quality of your teaching and learning, obviously, you know, the staff development centers and all the different types of training programs do that, right? Number 2, research. We've heard from Dr. Sarath Gunapala, and I'm sure we'll also hear from Professor Kamini Mendis, right, about the importance of mentoring for advancing your research career. That's obvious. There's no 2 words about it, right? However, my take on the quality of an academic is to do with that final one, right? The final one. It is also to do with this fitness for purpose, right? And the values, ethics, the bigger contribution of mentoring to improving the quality of an academic. That is something that I'm very concerned about, because I have seen, how do I say, being in this system for so long, I have seen there are many areas that we need to develop. And as Madam Vice Chancellor said, and Dr. Gunapala said, because he's the product of the Faculty of Science, University of Colombo, up to his getting his first degree, we've all had mentors, but they've been informal. And Dr. Gunapala went so far as to say that the informal one is actually the best, right? And what he was talking about is also what I'm trying to get at. But this informal role is also beset with many pitfalls. This is my experience and my opinion. Others may differ. We can talk about it later on. However, here I'm focusing on how to improve, ways that you can suggest, do in order to improve your quality of your teaching here. I'm not talking about that larger picture. But there's one thing that I have always seen. World-class universities have very strong quality improvement programs, and not just for research. It's not only about that aspect, right? And here, I said this earlier, right? Number 2, the worth, relevance of quality assurance, I'm talking about the Sri Lankan system, is not accepted by the majority, right? Because they don't see, why is this? Because they don't see clear and direct benefits from this. And what are these clear and direct benefits? They are to do with your own career advancement, right? And then take a look at the merit promotion schemes. For what do you get marks, right? I don't need to elaborate on this. This is a topic on which I've had several discussions. I've talked with Professor Kalyani, and even I think among my colleagues in the UGC Standing Committee, right? And it's, quality assurance is not just about conforming to criteria and standards, it's all about an all-encompassing attitudes, right? And now, particularly with the COVID situation that has dramatically changed, right, our worldview, at least I hope so, right? And the ways in which you have to be effective without having to meet people on site, right? And having to learn new tricks, so to speak, right? In order to be an effective teacher, how to measure whether your students are engaged with your teaching, are they really learning, right? And then you need to verify them, okay? All what that entails. And it's also about contributing to the whole system, because quality assurance work is not doing the kind of work that contributes, is about doing the kind of work that contributes to the whole system within which you are employed. It is not only about increasing direct benefits to yourself and to a smaller group of academics and your students, right? This is what I think this is why. See, when there are no clear benefits that come to you. We are all human beings, right? And we need to see the rewards of what we are doing, right? Altruism is not something that human beings have got through the evolutionary origins. No matter how great and good it may be, we are not, right? And until and unless QA work is rewarded in the merit promotion marking scheme or are given awards for this, it will not get the attention it deserves. And I see a similar situation with mentoring, because Yamuna asked me in her briefing note, do you feel that mentors and mentees work should be considered, rewarded through marks? I certainly think so. Now, to those of you who are familiar with our marking schemes for promotions, you might say, well, isn't there a place where you can put this in? Yes. Well, that's in that first section where you have to lump everything that you have done for the entire university, right? And then you only get 20 marks. I mean, if you stay long enough in the system, you get that anyway, right? And I am on evaluation panels. And remember, there is always subjectivity. No matter how many people are there, there is always a level of subjectivity. And how you put your evidence forward, no matter what you may have done for quality assurance work, improving the quality, you may not be allocated marks, right? Because you need to know how to put it in. So therefore, what I'm talking about is the need to explicitly consider quality assurance work, and obviously mentoring is part of that in your marking schemes, in the promotion schemes. So therefore, okay, despite many problems and obstacles, it is largely within your control to upgrade and maintain quality, right? And okay, can everybody see this slide?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Okay, right. Yeah, okay. Right, because Yamuna said, could you please talk about the resources? Yamuna, I think you and your team are the best people to talk about this, and there's a speaker from overseas who is also scheduled to speak later on, so I'm sure that person can also give some hints, right? What do you need in order to establish a mentoring program in your faculty? What are the resources? I'm sure, Yamuna, you can answer that in a later session if you wish, right? However, there is an aspect, this is you need in order to show that you are contributing to the quality of the academics of your university through your program. You need this, right? Because we all need evidence at the end of the day, right? We all need evidence, like the way Dr. Gunapala said, spend 1/3 of your time writing and publish, otherwise people will never know what you are doing. Obviously, this is really important. And obviously, this is for my University of Colombo colleagues, we will certainly include the mentoring activities, the fact that you are doing this program as part of a QA, overall QA framework in the very near future, right? I can talk to Yamuna and her team about how to integrate this, because we are developing different types of policies for different types of quality assurance programs that we are doing right now, because you need the policy, you need the programs that will show the actions that you are going to take, the activities. Then you also need to measure the effectiveness of what you have done. And not only that, I didn't say this, you need to show that you have taken the feedback from the measurements of your effectiveness or relevance, and that you are now feeding it back through a feedback loop to improve your program further. All three stages are extremely important for quality assurance. And now let me quickly talk about this, because I don't want to take any more time. Freedom to do whatever I like to do. This is what Dr. Gunapala said, right? Okay. I have to say that what Dr. Gunapala said, this was in context of his own setting, right? This is California, USA, right? And he works for Caltech, obviously, you know, in the eyes of scientists, the place to be, NASA, right? And obviously the US environment, right? Where, you know, you have the resources available to you are much more, right? And what I'm trying to get at is the freedom to do whatever I like to do has to be obviously viewed through the lens of your own setting. So since we are now talking about doing this in Sri Lanka, I'd like the participants here to consider whether how you view this in our own particular academic setting. Because I have seen many pitfalls of this, right? I'm not saying that I disagree with this entire altogether, not at all, right? Because academic freedom is really important, something that I really appreciate in my own job, right? I have great will, you know, I can research what I want to do, etc., right? And the role of informal role models in mentoring, because this is what all of us who are old enough and who are who are now the older academics who are attending this, that's what we have undergone. Okay, so please consider, do you feel that, you know, what about the role? Because these are these informal mentors are people who are showing certain characteristics without them being aware of it, right? What I would somewhat call unconscious mentoring. Yeah. And we can consider this. And my final slide, do you think that higher education by itself makes her a better human being? Please consider that, right? Because this is where the big picture of mentoring in relation to quality assurance comes in, right? And thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, we'll take it during the panel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now, we will start the discussion panel. This panel will be graced by Professor Kamini Mendis, Professor Kalyani Pereira, and Professor Nilmari Pallavatta. I welcome the moderator of this session, Professor Priyadarshini Galapathy from the Department of Pharmacology, University of Colombo, Faculty of Medicine. She will also read the citation of Professor Kamini Mendis.
Good morning. Thank you, Nilanka. We are running behind time, so therefore, I'm sorry, we might have to reduce the discussion time to about 10 minutes. But before we start the discussion, it is my pleasure to invite the next panelist to this symposium. It is Professor Emeritus Professor Kamini Mendis. Professor Kamini Mendis is an academic researcher and an expert in global health. She was the professor in parasitology in the University of Colombo and founded and headed the malaria research unit of the Faculty of Medicine. She made several original scientific contributions in the field of malaria and provided postgraduate research training to many young medical graduates and scientists in Sri Lanka. Her research has been published widely in high-ranking international journals and recognized through several national and international awards. She worked as a senior professional at the World Health Organization in Geneva and now serves as an international expert on several committees on global health. So it's our pleasure, madam, to invite you to this panel discussion. And you have been a prolific researcher and supported so many research projects in the faculty, particularly on malaria. And I think your pioneering research work on malaria helped to eradicate malaria from Sri Lanka successfully. So, and I think you have supervised several PhD projects in the field of malaria. So in order to start the discussion, I would like to ask you how mentoring can help in improving the research capacity and outcome in young academics in the university system, and also with your global experience, how mentoring is taking place in the global scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyadarshini, and good morning to all. I'd like to also thank Yamuna for inviting this panel. Can I be heard?
Madam, your voice is somewhat faint.
All right, let me speak closer to the mic. Is it better now?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, so I was asked about the role of mentoring in developing overall person's performance. Now, I think this morning we heard a good deal about the importance of mentorship learning. We heard from people like Professor P.P. Begama and later from Dr. Gunapala in his keynote address, how mentoring has influenced them positively during their career development. So I think it's fairly obvious that mentoring does influence people in a positive way. I think the ultimate goal.
Excuse me, madam, you're not well heard. Can you please speak closer to the mic?
Okay. Is there any way of increasing the?
Yeah. Yes, now much better. Thank you.
So I was saying, Priyadarshini, that the ultimate goal of mentoring, of a mentor, is to establish the trainee, I suppose, as an independent and successful researcher. And we're talking about research here, so I would just confine my comments to research. And I think that goes beyond directing research, which is a supervisor's role. I think a mentor is a trusted advisor whose work goes beyond academic guidance to providing emotional support, career advice, role modeling, which helps to build the mentee's character and develop their personality. All of which I believe, together with knowledge and skills they acquire during the training, makes a successful person. So one of the, I mean, if you're wondering about this, one of the major differences between supervision and mentoring is that the former, supervision, is often task oriented. So it's something like completion of a thesis or a dissertation and directing science. Whereas the latter, mentoring, is more about caring for an individual's long-term development. Now, today they talk about two kinds of learning. One is informational learning, which is, I suppose, what a good research supervisor would help do. The other is transformational learning, what they call transformational learning, which is what one would get from a good mentor, to transform one's attitudes, values, to develop, become, with regard to integrity, honesty, enhancing self-confidence, leadership qualities, etc. So I think that, I hope that sort of answers your first question. The second, I think the second question you asked me was how mentoring is practiced in the global setting. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, madam, that's right.
So as was said by the previous speakers, today in many academic institutions in the world, mentoring is regarded as an explicit role formally, distinct from supervision. So mentors are appointed in most of these universities at all levels of undergraduate and postgraduate training. They define mentors' roles quite explicitly, and even their terms of references are made known. And also, I think in these universities, mentors take their responsibilities and roles very seriously. So mentoring is included also among the indicators for monitoring department performances. For example, in external reviews of departments, there are indicators relating to mentoring distinct from supervision. So I think overall, in the world, most of the leading academic institutions have established formal, explicit mentoring aspects into their academic programs. Over to you, Darshini.
Yeah. Okay, madam. Thank you very much for those words on both how mentoring takes place in the global scenario and the what the research supervisor's role would be in improving the research capacity and outcome in young academics. I would now like to pose a question to Professor Kalyani Pereira. Yes, we were discussing, I think particularly Professor Nirmali Pallewatta discussed about including mentoring into the promotion scheme of the university system. So it's a controversial, I think, or a new idea. And as a person who has been in the University Grants Commission, what is your suggestion, Madam? Or do you think it can be done? And if so, how can it be included into the promotion scheme?
Yeah, I think what Professor Nirmali Pallewatta said is a very valid point, because not only mentoring takes your time and it promotes the quality of the university and the study programs. And in the promotional scheme, what we are talking about is the contribution by individual to the quality of a study program on the university and etc. Therefore, mentoring as well as quality assurance should be given due recognition in the promotional scheme, for which the university academia should make their views known to the UGC, because now at this particular time, even the University Act is being modified, revised. Yeah, therefore, I think the time is opportune for the university academia to make known their views, their requirements regarding the existing promotional scheme to the UGC. Thank you.
Okay, Madam, thank you. Thank you very much for your thoughts on that. My next question actually goes to Professor Nirmali Pallewatta. I think both Professor Kalyani Pereira and Professor Nirmali gave us a lot of inputs or a lot of thoughts on the university quality, how quality can be improved and how university ranking can be improved through a formal mentoring program. My question to Professor Nirmali would be, is there any evidence that the formal mentoring programs can really improve the university quality and ranking from the programs that have taken place in other parts of the world?
Thank you, Pradarshini. I believe you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kalapati. Well, yes, in other, when I say other parts of the world, obviously in the more developed, the universities from more developed economies that actually has taken the trouble to maintain the evidence that it makes a difference, right? Now, I can't answer that question from Sri Lanka because except for the Faculty of Medicine's program, I do not know of any academic mentoring program that is consistent, right? And is trying to take a formal approach. Please correct me if I'm wrong, right? So yes, it shows that, but of course, I mean, y'all are the doctors, right? You know this. It's not easy to show behavioral change, right? Simply by, a short-term program. I believe you have to run it over many years, and obviously, this is where I would really urge Dr. Yamuna and Professor Kalapati and everybody, please come up with a set of KPIs, right? For our own program, the one that you are trying to promote, right? Because now, see, did you hear what Dr. Gunapala said? He did not, he had a mentor, right? But I don't know whether he was that, whether Caltech per se had a formal record of how Dr. Gunapala progressed because of his mentoring. I hope I make am I being understood, Professor Kalapati? Because from what he said, it was his own, obviously, passion to do research in physics and, in infrared instrumentation, etc. And plus, see, he was giving the sort of hint that I interpreted that it was the informal talk that he had while he was being driven from his home and all that, that kind of had the biggest impact, right? I don't know whether I'm being correct in this. This is what I gathered from this. Definitely, and please, Professor Kalapati and Yamuna and everybody, please put your program on a formal setting by setting up the policy, the program, and more importantly, the KPIs, right? Thank you.
Okay, Thank you, Nirmali. I think, yes, Yamuna is the, driving this academic mentoring program. And I think, yes, we have plans to, include KPIs. Yes, and then we probably can give some evidence from our own program. My next question, actually, probably we'll have to finish with that question posed to Professor Kamini Mendis. Madam, you have been a prolific researcher, as we earlier mentioned, and you have been a mentor informally to so many young academics and researchers, as well as a role model. And you have then seen how formal mentoring programs take place in other parts of the world. So now that we are establishing a formal mentoring program in the faculty and the university, what advice can you give in formalizing the informal mentoring process that you and our senior academics have been doing over the years to now when we are moving into a more formalized mentoring program? What advice can you give in shaping this formal academic mentoring program?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's an interesting question, a difficult one to answer. As everyone was saying, and much has been said earlier this morning about this informal approach to mentoring and making it formal, and the tendency to make it formal now. And University of Colombo clearly is on a path to formalizing mentoring. I think it's important for you all to consider whether, to what extent, formalizing mentoring too rigidly could stifle the style of mentors who are natural mentors, who, as you know, for a long, long time, mentorship, though it was not made explicit, mentoring was going on for many, many years. I mean, years. Look back at my own experience of having postgraduate research students, we took it for granted that mentoring was an important part, integral part of our ability. So that was important, and we know that now we know that it had an enormous influence on the mentees and on our research students. Some people, as many of you would know, the senior ones among you, sometimes people come up to you and say, people in their mid-career positions come up to you and say that how you influenced their career choice, how you imparted the values which are serving them well today as leaders and so on. So clearly it has worked. Informal mentorship has worked. I think the important thing for you is to strike a balance of not stifling the style of informal mentorship when you're making it too formal. But as a lot was said earlier today, if you want to establish or institute something, you can't do it without measuring it. So much has been said by both Professor Nirmali Palewatha as well as Professor Kalyani Pereira about measuring, monitoring, and having indicators. And I believe you can develop indicators even to monitor very subtle aspects of mentoring. So I think my response is strike a balance. But the mere act of formalizing it and ticking off a list may not change things much. And I think you also need to get a feedback from the mentee. And finally, don't you think the ultimate outcome should be developing young researchers who do well in later life? Ultimately, I think it's the research output of the university that matters. So when you keep measuring that, compare yourself with other universities even in the country and see what you're doing. And mentorship is not just an act of imparting values and giving emotional support. The mentors themselves need a lot of support. To be able to be a good mentor, you need to have time not spent on trying to overcome the many challenges that supervisors and mentors have. Today, I mean, everything is difficult in Sri Lanka. Clearing a package from the airport on supplies, getting ethical clearance, managing your research funds, all these can be challenges. And if you support the leading researchers who have many postgraduate students in a way that makes their life easier, I think there'll be better mentors. So I think there are many aspects to this, not just writing a list of things that one has to do. The university has to be more supportive overall. Select people who have students and support them. And mentoring will become an integral part, I think, very much. And with your now drive to make it more formal, people won't forget mentoring. So I think that's a good thing, but strike a balance. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. I think in the interest of time, because we are, going behind time, we will conclude this session. And it is, my pleasure to thank Professor Kalyani Pereira, Professor Nirmali Pallewatta, and Professor Kamini Mendis for joining with us and sharing your valuable thoughts on the topic of mentoring. And if you have any questions, the participants, please, you can put those questions on the chat forum, and maybe the resource persons would be able to answer those questions through the chat forum. We will move into the next session shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we are behind time, we will move on to the second session for today, which is on global perspectives and local pathways of mentoring. To give us an international perspective on mentoring and different roles of a university academic will be Dr. Giovanni Biglino. Dr. Giovanni is a biomedical engineer. He studied at Imperial College London and obtained his PhD in cardiovascular mechanics from the Brunel Institute of Bioengineering. He has carried out research at Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children and University College London with the cardiac engineering team focusing on congenital heart disease. Now, he is a senior lecturer in biostatistics at the Bristol Medical School. He has studied biostatistics at Harvard Medical School and has started to enthusiastically explore the world of narrative medicine at Columbia University. His current research is very collaborative, involving cardiologists, surgeons, imagers, psychologists, and even artists. Giovanni has a natural curiosity for and a propensity towards interdisciplinary collaborations. He would like to explore new ways of combining technologies and creative practices to represent health and diseases in new ways and spark new conversations in our society. He strongly believes in the importance of engaging and involving patients in medical research. And here too, we would love to take any questions posed by our audience on the chat box to Dr. Giovanni at the end of his talk. It seems that we are having a small technical difficulty. Please bear with us for a few moments.
මට පටන් ගන්න කිව්වද ඒක මේ නිලංකා ස්ටාර්ට් කරමු.
We will simply move on to the next session, and that will be a discussion session, keeping in mind how to improve the University of Colombo. Here we will be talking of mentoring, about what we can offer, how we can benefit or how should we benefit, and we will also have a Colombo University stakeholder discussion with all participants. This session will be conducted by Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, the chairperson of the Academic Mentoring Program.
Thank you, Nilanka. Now we are moving on to start our third session of the day. We are so happy to see a lot of participants joining us online, and many representatives of the University of Colombo group as well. So this is our own session to share our experience with each other. And there are several first-time representatives from other universities and academic institutions. So let me brief. As I mentioned in the morning, we have started this program recently. Moving further forward, we were in the University of Colombo Networks group of mentors. We were sharing our experience with each other. We were trying to establish programs, and we had been successful in most occasions, with several challenges, interesting stories to share with each other, and failures also. We had failures as well. All these things are very important for us to learn. These make great lessons for each and everyone to move forward. So we continue to work together as a mentoring family in the university. So it's time for us to share our experience, tell how we progress to all the participants during this session. So we have invited 6 faculties to share their views and information, faculty level information with us. And there are 2 streams, 2 panels. First one on science and technology. The second one on arts, humanities and other aspects. We will now start the session with the first panel on science and technology. Where we'll be discussing. The presenters will tell us about how they have started their programs, or what they have thought about the felt needs in their own institutions, and the challenges and different types of experience they have had so far since the beginning. So let me invite Professor Vasantha Gunatunga and Professor Hemali Gunasekara to start the panel discussion.
We have 3 speakers today. From the Faculty of Science, Professor Erambi here. From the Faculty of
Excuse me, sir, can't hear.
Professor Iman Punyasiri.
Can you all hear me? Actually, I could not hear.
We can't hear.
Professor Erandi Lokopitia, the first speaker
no.
from the Faculty of Science.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Erandi, just to introduce Erandi, she has worked in diverse disciplines, and she is in the Department of Zoology, and she has done a lot of work in carbon footprinting and various other related aspects. And she is also into the mind research, that is meditation, and applying that to the academic communities. And she was a resource person in the meditation research group of the Faculty of Medicine. So with all this diverse expertise, let me introduce Professor Erandi Lokopitia to address you all.
Thank you, Professor Vasantha. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Erandi. Yes, Erandi, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear.
Thank you. Great. So first I want to thank Professor Vasantha for the introduction. I'm from the Department of Zoology and Environment Sciences of the Faculty of Science. And first I want to thank Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana for inviting me to be a part of today's program. And so I would like to start my part. So Madam Vice Chancellor and all the distinguished speakers who spoke ahead of me, if you all are already there, and Professor Vasantha and Professor Hemali and Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana and all the invitees and participants of today's program. So let me start my slides. Can you all, I need to share my presentation. Can you all see the slides, please? Yes?
No, Erandi, still can't see them.
You cannot?
Yes.
Can you all see those now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We can see the slides.
Okay, great. So thank you, Dr. Yamuna, for giving me the opportunity to talk about what we have done at the Faculty of Science. First, I would also like to mention a little bit about your program because I went through those workshops you had in the past, and I think it's a really important program, a timely need. Actually, it will give valuable information and also the proper guidance so that these young academics in our university, in the different faculties, will feel that they have a supporting system. They are not alone in their because it's a challenging task. Once you join the university, they have to face so many challenges in teaching, research, and in other activities. So to know that there is a supporting system becomes very important, especially for these new recruits. So in that respect, I think your program is very important. So I have learned a lot through that in the past. And today, I'm going to talk about what we have already done at the Faculty of Science. And I think the last year was a bad year. As you all know, we couldn't meet properly. So right now only we have really started implementation of this program in our faculty. So in the faculties, science faculty, we have had a mentoring program already for the students, but not for academics. So this is our very first academic mentoring program on, I think, in the Faculty of Science. And so it's a new initiative within the faculty, and it's meant for professional development of the new recruits to our faculty. And what we are planning here is to develop academic excellence in our probationary lecturers, or those who will be the mentees of this program. So what we refer to as academic excellence is
excellence in teaching, learning, research, and also the service to the outside world, not only to the inside, not only to the institute, but to the society and any service at national and even beyond. So in this, when we do that in our program, as our distinguished, wonderful speakers before, who spoke before me, as they mentioned, the values, attitudes, and ethics, and also the leadership skills, they are very important and they all are a big concern in this program as well. So the overall objective of this program is to promote academic excellence within the young academics of our faculty, targeting a quality output at individual, institutional, and societal or national level. So this program is a formal program, but the training will be informal because it will be a very friendly training, a very friendly informal training for our young academics, because once they join, they have to follow CTHE and they will be under so much pressure. So this has to be something very friendly and something less pressurizing on them, but it has to be something regular and formal, something regular training as well. So it will be a formal training targeting informal mentoring of our young academics. And our program will be implemented through the career guidance unit of the Faculty of Science. And the support has been obtained. It has got the support from everybody, including the Vice Chancellor, Dean, Faculty of Science, and the directors of the career guidance unit. So since this is related to the career of our young academics, this will be, it's already implemented. It's implemented through the career guidance unit of our faculty. And we formed our mentoring committee of the faculty, and it consists of members of each department. We have 7 departments, and there is a departmental representative as a member of this mentoring committee. These are the people: Professor Nalin Silva from chemistry, Dr. Romain from mathematics, Dr. Manuja from nuclear science, Dr. Kaniska Vijayaratne from physics, Professor Tara from plant sciences, Dr. Chandima Dangal from statistics, and Dr. Gayani Galhena from my department, zoology and environment sciences. And I will be with the coordinator for the entire program, and there is an advisor, Professor Preeti Udagama. So this is the structure of our mentoring committee. But within each department, there will be mentees and mentors who will be communicating to the mentoring committee through their respective representative. So so all the new recruits or lecturers who joined the faculty within the last 3 years are expected to join this program, and any experienced academic, experienced and interested senior academic within the faculty can provide his or her service as a mentor. So there is a problem in some departments. They are mostly consisting of young academics. So even in those departments, we are promoting at least a senior lecturer grade 1 or above as the that's the departmental representatives plus mentors. So mentees need to choose a suitable mentor with the concurrence of the head of the department of the respective departments. And once the mentees and mentors are chosen, we are going to register them with our faculty academic mentoring program. And so we have just collected the information of the potential mentees from different departments. So then we will be inviting them to join this program, and we will give them a time period of about 3 months to choose a good mentor and report that to the mentoring committee with the concurrence of the head of the department. And these mentees are expected to meet their mentors and hold their first meeting within the first month after registering with the AMP. This is to be in line with the AMP that Dr. Yamuna and the Faculty of Medicine has. And so after that, they'll have to have regular meetings and also periodically report their progress to our faculty AMP. Normally, we expect a progress report after the initial meeting, and after that, it could be annual reporting of the progress, as this is going to be an informal but ongoing training for the mentees. So, and in addition to that, we will also have some periodical meetings or workshops to strengthen our program to have better learning for our mentees. That's all I have, because we are still at the beginning of the program. We just set it up, and so far everything has been okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Erandi Lokupitia, for that very informative short presentation. And you mentioned about, you said that you have a mentoring committee in your
Yes.
faculty, which is very good. And through you are operating through the career guidance unit as well.
Yes.
And mentees are choosing their own mentors, which is also a good thing.
Yes.
I think our plan is to have all three presentations and then have the questions. So thank you very much, Professor Erandi Lokupitia, for the time being. We will be contacting you, or I think you are with us online.
Yes.
There'll be a couple of questions at the end.
Okay.
So I'm handing over the mic to Professor Hemali to introduce the next presenter.
Our next presenter is Dr. Jayani Vevalwala, Senior Lecturer, Department of Agricultural Technology. She will talk about the mentoring programs in her faculty. Due to a technical issue, we will be playing a video that she has sent of her presentation. However, she will be available with us to take questions at the end. Now we will play the video for you to see.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Academic Mentoring Program for giving me the opportunity to present about our mentoring program initiated in the Faculty of Technology, University of Colombo. I'm Dr. Jayani Vevalwala from Faculty of Technology, and I would like to brief about how we initiate the establishment of the academic mentoring program in Faculty of Technology, University of Colombo. To give an idea about the faculty, it is located in Technocity, Mahinwatta, Pitipan, Homagama, and it is still under construction, even we physically located there. Our faculty structure like below. So it has Department of Agricultural Technology, Department of Instrumentation and Automation Technology, Department of Environmental Technology, and Department of Information and Communication Technology. With the dean, there are 3 heads of the department, and in the Department of Agriculture Technology, we have 4 senior lecturers, Instrumentation and Automation Technology, 4 lecturers and 4 probationary lecturers, Environmental Technology, 4 senior lecturers, and Information and Communication Technology, 1 senior lecturer and 4 probationary lecturers. So the academic staff consists of few members, and most of them are very young and new to the university system. So here you can see an image of our faculty members taken in 2019. So why we need staff mentoring program in Faculty of Technology? As I mentioned earlier, majority of our academic staff members are young and with less experiences, because most of them are directly recruited after their PhDs, so they have less experience in university systems. And few experienced senior staff members are there. So as a new faculty, the work we have to build up from the scratch. So the workload is extensive. And we located in an isolated place from the main university. Therefore, most of our junior members have difficulties to contact with the other faculties and other senior members in the main university. Due to all this reason, the staff mentoring program is very essential in the Faculty of Technology. Not only that, at the beginning, we face several difficulties in our careers. For the junior members, they are looking for higher education opportunities and the scholarships. So our guidance of our senior members are needed for their careers. Not only that, all the members in our faculty, so they are writing proposals for obtaining grants, and they need to carry out collaborations with other faculties and other universities as well. In order to get guidance for that, we need to communicate with the senior members in our faculty. And we need to establish ourselves as a junior members, and we need to get an idea about promotion criteria as well. And when we are going for the university system, the rules and regulation for the exams and dealing with students and other things, we always need the guidance of our senior members. So with these difficulties, I thought of developing an academic mentoring system in our faculty. I have taken few steps to establish these academic mentoring system, and I discussed with the dean of the faculty, and the senior members in our faculty are willing to serve as mentors. And when I discuss with our junior staff, that is mentees, so the majority of mentees wish to have mentors within the university, because I thought of like having mentors from the outside, since we have less number of mentors, but the mentees does like to have mentors within the faculty without going outside. And few of them suggested that having 2 mentors are better rather than having 1. However, few staff members gave negative feedback as well. So currently, we have informal mentoring systems. From the informal mentoring systems, some of the young academic staff got scholarships for their PhDs, and they have already gone abroad for their PhDs. And some of the young members already have registered for their MPhils and MScs with the guidance of senior members in the faculty. So we have this informal mentoring system, and so we were able to take grants inside the university as well as we have written some grants to we have written some proposals to get grants from outside as well with this informal mentoring system. But with the increasing the number of staff members in the faculty, to develop a formal mentoring system is essential. So I am working on that, and probably within this year, I can build up this formal mentoring system at the faculty. So in building up this formal mentoring system, the initiation of the idea of mentoring I got from the academic mentoring program in the University of Colombo, and they have organized several workshops which I have participated, and the guidance and support from the academic mentoring program is immersed, especially with Dr. Yamuna and Dr. Harshima. And in the future, I definitely need the support to implement this formal mentoring system at the faculty. In that, I need to prepare the guidelines for the mentors and mentees, and how would we keep recordings if it is necessary, and in the case of conflict, how we reacted, and if some of the lecturer doesn't like the idea, what should be done. So for all these, I may need the guidance from the academic mentoring program in the University of Colombo. So the main lessons for a new person, I would think that they need to identify the objectives and specify specific outcomes of that, and define criteria for the mentors and mentees, and what are the confidentiality and boundaries that we make, and what are the conflicts of interest, and how we make the meeting format, locations, and so on. So with all these, we can build up a good formal mentoring system in the faculty. So again, I would like to thank all the organizing committee members in the academic mentoring program, and I would be happy to answer if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will take questions at the end. Professor Gunatunga will now introduce the third speaker.
Thank you. The third speaker is Professor Nimal Punnisiri, Professor of Biochemistry from IBMBB. He has been a very regular participant in our mentoring program, and very positive about mentoring and establishing mentoring committees and so on. So I think he will have a lot of things to offer for us. Let me now invite Professor Nimal Punnisiri to address you all.
Very good afternoon to you, all of you. Thank you, Professor, for inviting me to give this short presentation. Due to the time limitations, I have a very short presentation. We are in actually a very different perspective to all others, because we are mentoring postgraduate institute. Our institute is entirely a postgraduate education promoting institute. And we have 3 categories of students: masters, MPhil, and PhDs. So we have a little bit of mature candidates to mentor, and we found that it's a complex process between the academic and the adult learner that support the mutual understanding, critical, reflective, and independent thinking. That is the one of the important factors that we have beared in our mind when we initiated this program at the IBM. it could be a short-term process, or it could go as a very long-term process also, depending on the need of the student. So the faculty and the graduate, we talked to all the students and did a mini survey and discussed what is the requirement of each student. Do you need mentoring during your postgraduate education? And these are the 7 salient points that we have find out. Engage the students in ongoing conversations, provide constructive support and the feedback, encouragement and the support, and help foster networks, look out for students' interest, and treat the students with respect, and provide a personal touch. That means they can have a prior appointment and meet the mentor. That was very successful. And then so we had several months of relationship with both mentor and the mentee, and getting to know each other and fostering a very good relationship and very active and productive mentorship. And then finally, we were able to have a very good system between the students and the mentors. And at the IBBMB, we established the PG mentoring program, assigned 6 students per academic, members from MSc, MPhil, and the PhD, because we have 10 academics in our permanent cadre. All are PhD qualified senior academics. And as per the one advice we got during the mentoring program of the Faculty of Medicine, care is taken not to assign the supervisor of the postgraduate student as the mentor. Then supervisor has to play a dual role. It may be mostly the supervisor plays mainly an academic role, right? The mentor has a little bit of personal touch. So we are free to discuss personal issues of the student. But supervisor is mostly academic. This is a good advice we got. We had a misunderstanding. Supervisor could be the mentor. But during one of the sessions at the Faculty of Medicine, we were advised it should be not the supervisor. It should be a separate academic. In addition, mentors were selected across the different subject areas. For example, mentor from immunology area could be a mentor student from other discipline. That is also important. So it will be a different person from the other department. That also have a very good bearing. So having this short presentation, and with the arrival of the new batch in February, so we will be implementing the same program and assign the mentors in random manner. Before ending my very short presentation, as advised by the organizers, we highly appreciate the training and support received from the AMP program of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, and even in establishing our program. This bouquet of roses are to Dr. Yamuna and Harshima, always smiling and very willing to help us. Real good mentors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Punnesiri, for that very informative presentation. Now we have the opportunity of asking a few questions from the 3 presenters. Now I invite those who are in person and online to ask if we have any questions from the 3 panelists.
Professor Gunatunga, is it okay if I ask a question?
Yes, madam.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes. This is actually to Professor Nimal Punyasiri.
Yeah.
We are very happy that you have started this PG mentoring program,
Yeah.
and that is about mentoring the researchers basically.
Yeah.
And I think the audience would be very happy to know your experience when you have a researcher with you, like from the point of view of a supervisor, when you have a researcher with you and the researcher is expected to go to a second person who is the mentee.
Yeah.
So are they discussing the research projects, and or else are they concentrating on the other aspects in general, and what had been the overall experience in that aspect?
Usually they have the research problems also, like this grant matters and various other ordering the consumables and things like that also added to this program. In addition, there are other personal issues are also discussed with the mentee, apart from the academic activities.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Prasad. My question is mentoring and counseling. I am not referring to psychological counseling, but we have a system of student counseling. If one of you can explain how to differentiate mentoring and counseling, I hope it will be somewhat helpful for us.
I think the question is about mentoring and counseling. I didn't hear it properly, but what I gathered is that whether counseling is part of mentoring, or is
Yes,
it the
it
same
is.
or different?
It is. Yes,
I think
yes.
we need some answers from somebody. I think
Yes,
Eranditi, would you like to give your opinion?
I think Professor Gunatunga, she couldn't hear you. Okay, I heard part of the question. May I add on to what you had been telling, or I cannot hear anyone talking in the forum? Can I give a brief explanation to this question?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Yes, actually, yeah, this term mentoring is widely and loosely used in different settings. There are these other aspects like counseling, coaching, managing, directing, then educating. There are different aspects which are somewhat interrelated but basically different from each other. So mentoring is one such concept where it is not only counseling. It's not definitely counseling, and it is not totally counseling, but counseling can support. Counseling aspects will have to be addressed when there is a mentee. There will be counseling needs which will be primarily identified by the mentor, and then obviously the mentor will need the support of a counselor. So mentoring is not counseling. Mentoring is not even coaching or directing or managing or even supervising. It's different. However, mentoring, when you mentor an early career student, all these things will come in. So you will have to identify and direct your mentee to the correct person. For example, when you mentee the research students, you will need some research guidance. The student will look for the kind of some guidance in, for example, in completing a research publication. So that is a specific target where that comes under coaching. So you will need a coach to help your mentee. You shouldn't be the coach. You shouldn't be the counselor, and you shouldn't be the supervisor or the manager of or even the guardian of your mentee. The mentor will act as a sounding board, identify the problems, get support from the specific personalities, and give an overall support to the mentee. That is the basic meaning behind mentoring, and I hope I gave a sufficient answer to your question.
Thank you, Yamuna. I think the time that has been given to us is over. Let me wind up the session. We have listened to 3 presentations from 3 diverse places. One is well-established faculty of zoology and environmental sciences. And then the other faculty is up and coming, newborn faculty of technology with lot of infrastructure coming up and lot of work and all that. And then third is from a postgraduate institute, IBMBB. And we had a couple of questions also. I think all in all, it is a good, successful session. Thank you very much for your all participation. I thank the support group and my colleague here, Hemali, Professor Hemali. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gunatunga and Professor Hemali Gunasekara, for conducting the panel 1 discussions. I think we can now move on to the panel 2, where we will have more interesting presentations from Faculty of Law, School of University of Colombo School of Computing, and I'm sure the others will also have a lot of things to share with us, even though there are no formal presentations from the other faculties of the university. So I invite all of them to join and give your experience, to speak up and share your experience with us in the end of these lineup of presentations. So let me invite Professor Priyadarshini Galapathy and Dr. Harshima Vijayasinghe to lead the panel 2 discussions.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Yamuna, for inviting us to moderate this panel 2. In this panel, we have 2 formal presentations from Faculty of Law and University of Colombo School of Computing. I'm moderating with Dr. Harshima Vijayasinghe as informed. So first, let me invite Ms. Pramoda Vithanage from the Department of Commercial Law, who is a lecturer in the Faculty of Law, to inform us about the academic mentoring program that you have initiated in the Faculty of Law in line with the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo mentoring program. Over to you, Ms. Pramoda Vithanage.
Good afternoon. I hope you all can hear me. First of all, I would like to extend a warm congratulations to all the members at the AMP Faculty of Medicine for this successful day in which we all got a chance to think and talk about mentoring. So I have few slides to present, briefly mentioning about our mentoring program, which is conducted at the Faculty of Law. Starting from how I started to be a member of this mentoring, University of Colombo mentoring network, one day I was asked by my head of the department to go and attend a workshop on mentoring at the Faculty of Medicine. So I just attended because my head of the department asked. I had a very little idea about mentoring. Then from the day one, when I joined this workshop series, I have learned a lot by learning and unlearning and then sharing, exchanging ideas from this mentoring program. If I'm to speak about the mentoring program at the Faculty of Law, when I joined this workshop series, we already had a mentoring program, which was there. But that mentoring program was actually done in an ad hoc manner. And there were a lot of loopholes in that mentoring program. So with the knowledge that I gained and from the training of these workshop series, we were able to give a fresh start to our mentoring program. So then we, from the quality assurance cell, we developed a concept note where we were able to set a background and identify our objectives and to develop our structure in our mentoring program. Then there were few proposed activities at the initial stage. One is to decide on the criteria for selecting mentors, then to decide on the mentor and mentees at the department level, then to decide on a code of best practice for mentors and mentees, then to conduct training and development of mentoring skills. So this concept note was prepared by the members in the QA cell who were working on the mentoring program. And then we decided the criteria for selecting mentors, and this was then forwarded to the faculty board. And there are all the senior colleagues and the junior colleagues, they discussed about this criteria and then they finalized that. And in deciding on mentors and mentees, we also had a discussion on that. And we proposed to give 3 options for a mentee to give the preferences like 1, 2, 3. And then with the consultation of the mentors, by way of like engaging in the head of the department, they were able to finalize the mentees and the mentors at the department level. There, a mentor could be an academic from the same department or from any other department. However, it should be purely on a voluntary basis. That's how we looked at the mentor-mentee relationship. And then we had QSL representatives from each department, and we gave the task for those representatives to report about the mentoring program at the departmental level to the QSL. So with the consultation of the head of the department, they had to report to the QSL. And we also decided on certain code of guideline or a code of best practices for mentors and mentees. Then regarding training and development of mentoring skills, we wanted to have a workshop on mentoring skills, and we were able to contact Dr. Yamuna and Professor Vasantha Gunathunga, and they were really willing to support us. But due to the COVID-19 situation, we were not able to have the physical meeting for this workshop. However, we look forward to have this at least in an online platform. Then about program evaluation and monitoring, we wanted to evaluate our program. We thought that having just a mentoring program wouldn't be a good mentoring program. So we wanted to evaluate that also. So we thought that the QSL representative could report to the QSL on their evaluation of the mentoring program at the departmental level. And also we plan to have an annual review of the mentoring program as an overall review. So these are the proposed activities at the initial stage. And with the knowledge that I gained from the workshop series, we decided our own checklist and we have completed certain tasks, and we have certain things to be done as well. So now we were able to establish our mentoring program as a formal mentoring program, and also in line with that we were able to conduct induction program for the new recruits as well. And also that is the situation where we have in our faculty mentoring program. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share our story about having the formal mentoring program.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pramoda, for your interesting presentation and giving us an overview of the mentoring program set up in the law faculty and the steps that you have taken towards establishing this program. We will have some time for questions and discussions after the next presentation. So I would like to invite Mr. Rangana Jayashankar, who is a lecturer at the University of Colombo School of Computing, to share his experiences on establishing a mentoring program at the UCSC. Rangana has been a participant at the AMP workshops conducted by the faculty over the last year. Thank you, Rangana. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. I think you all can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, I will share my screen. I think now you all can see the screen, right? Hello. I think you all can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I am Rangana Jayashankar. I am working as a lecturer in the UCSC. So first of all, I would like to thank to the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, for starting the academic mentoring program. I received a mail about this program in year 2019, and I was interested to participate for this program. And then I asked from our director, Professor Eva Gamage, and I asked him to get the permission to participate to the mentoring program, and he was really happy and gave me the permission to participate to the mentoring program. So I have participated for several workshops conducted at the Faculty of Medicine, and I received a lot of valuable information and guidance about the mentoring by participating to those workshops. And when I discussed about the UCSC, this is the organizational hierarchy of the UCSC. We have the director and deputy director, and we have 3 academic departments, and we have head of the departments, and there are other administration bodies, and also there are several centers. And in the UCSC, we are offering 5 undergraduate graduate degrees. Those undergraduate degrees are Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, Bachelor of Science Honours in Computer Science, and Bachelor of Science Honours in Software Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Information Systems, and Bachelor of Science Honours in Information Systems. And also we are offering external degree called Bachelor of Information Technology. And also we are having 5 master programs, MPhil programs and PhD programs for the postgraduate degrees. And currently we are having 3 professors and 25 senior lecturers, 17 probationary lecturers, 11 assistant lecturers, and 28 instructors in our academic staff. So basically we are having the informal mentoring in the UCSC. So when an instructor joins to the UCSC, initially there is a kind of orientation program conducted by the director and the department heads to give the important rules and ethics to the instructors, how to work in the UCSC, and also especially the rules which are needed when invigilating the exams. Those things are provided in the initial stages, and after that the instructors and also the assistant lecturers are assigned for the courses with the senior lecturer. Then that senior lecturer guides the instructors about the how to prepare the practical sessions, tutorials, and also how to prepare assignments and mark the assignments. And after working as instructor for 1 year, if they have a first class or a second upper's degree, then they are promoted as assistant lecturers. Those assistant lecturers can conduct the lectures, but those lectures are guided by the senior lecturer allocated for that course. And from the quality assurance cell, we are regularly collecting the both student feedback and the peer feedback for all the semesters. And when the semester finished, we analyze both student feedback and peer feedback by computer programs, and those feedback is presented to the head of the internal undergraduate degrees and also the course coordinators. And if the feedback is not good, that means if students are complaining about the that assistant lecturer, then the head and the course coordinators directly contact with the assistant lecturer and discuss with the issues and give the guidance to improve his teaching activities. And also we are frequently having career development workshops which are conducted by invited resource persons. One is there is a series of workshops which we train about how to create multiple choice questions, and we learn a lot of things about different educational and different theories behind how to create the multiple choice questions. Likewise, we are having those kind of programs, and all the probationary lecturers, they need to follow the CTHE course. This is the normal informal mentoring that is going in the UCSC, but after participating to this mentoring program conducted by the Faculty of Medicine, so I decided to start the formal mentoring in the UCSC. So I am a member of the quality assurance cell in the UCSC, so I'm planning to discuss with the establishment of the formal mentoring in the UCSC. We had several discussions in the internal undergraduate degree program meeting. In the next QAC meeting, I'm going to present a proposal and discuss with the department heads and course coordinators about the establishment of the formal mentoring in the UCSC, and we are planning to conduct several programs to improve the capacity and improve the research skills, improve the academic writing and time management skills in our junior staff. That's the plan for the year 2021. Thank you, and thank you very much for organizing this today's program and giving me the chance to share my experience with you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Rangana, for sharing with us the initiatives taken at the UCSC to start a formal mentoring program. Of course, yes, you have had an informal program, but these are the initiatives you have taken to start a formal mentoring program. So we have had two presentations from the Faculty of Law and the UCSC on how they are planning to have a formal mentoring program initiated in their respective institutions. We would like to now invite any other faculties who are going to initiate or who have already initiated an academic mentoring program based on the initiatives taken in the Faculty of Medicine. I think some of you have participated in our programs conducted with the leadership given by Dr. Yamuna Siriwardana. So we would like to invite anybody from other faculties as well as any other participants. Any questions you can put onto the chat box, or you can speak up and pose your questions to the panel. Until we receive any questions on the chat box. Can I please ask now, I think Pramoda, you have given a very good outline of the program that you are going to initiate in the Faculty of Law. What are the problems that you anticipate in implementing this program of the academic mentoring in the Faculty of Law? And what do you hope to do regarding those problems?
Actually, when we designed this formal mentoring program, we initially planned to have it for the academic members, but we always wanted to move it to the student mentoring as well. So we had a discussion on student mentoring program as well, but there were certain issues that we have to find solutions for, because when we did a small survey with the students, they also little bit concern about the industry industries, like the scope about from the experienced resource persons from the industry as well. They wanted to have some mentors from practicing lawyers like that. So we have certain issues to be solved regarding the student mentoring program. We have had this as a personal tutor system, so we want to think about that and design that. When it comes to the academic mentoring program for the staff, it's going on well at this moment, but we don't know. With the annual review, we will be able to know what are the actual challenges are.
Questions on the chat forum?
Professor Galapati, may I come in?
Yeah, yes, sure, Yamuna, yeah.
Madam, I think we have come to the end of presentations. Is it the last one?
Yes,
okay.
that's
Right.
I
Yeah.
think the last
Yes.
presentation. We have only 2 presentations in this session.
In this, yeah.
as we were told.
So I think even though we couldn't accommodate all the other faculties, others who are not here, who are not presenting today, are also having very successful programs. So I think it would be my duty, in the absence of them, just to congratulate and thank them for conducting those great activities. One is Sri Pali campus, who are running a very successful program. I don't know whether anyone from Sri Pali campus is here. If so, I think the audience would be very happy to listen to you a few words about what is going on at that end as well. Then other faculties are also they're starting, or they have already started and they are progressing well. And actually, basically, most of them are at different phases of development of their programs. Unfortunately, we couldn't accommodate all of them. The simple reason is the time limitations that we were facing. But if there is anyone, we would be very happy to listen to you all as well. The other thing I noted is some of these programs are conducted through the career guidance units, while the others are conducting them through their quality assurance units, staff development bodies, and basically through different the various administrative and academic bodies. That's also a very encouraging point to note, because different infrastructure support systems have been available for the academic mentoring programs to proceed the activities. Is there anyone from Sri Pali or any other institution? If you are very happy to note to present anything about your programs, I think the audience would be very happy to listen to that as well.
Hello, I'm Chandana from Galle Medical Faculty. Hello.
Yes, Chandana, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
can you hear me? I'm head department of pathology. Actually, in the recent past, we had actually informal mentoring, but formal mentoring we started this year. And when new recruits are there, we allocated academic mentors for each and every probation lecturer or whatever the level lecturer joined. And it is at the initial phase, but it is really interesting and very good. I think we realized when we joined, we had actually informal mentoring, all our senior academic staff members guided. But there was sometimes, you know, that I think the one issue, probably the cultural aspects of receiving feedback and giving constructive feedback and receiving constructive feedback as a welcoming thing. So sometimes there can be gaps between how we feel, so that these things probably we have to discuss. And maintaining non-threatening sort of environment, because sometimes we know that it is not happening in my faculty, but during my 20 years of experience, we are also new, so we are also experimenting. And I think more and more we need workshops or programs like these to educate all of us about academic mentoring, to build up very good academics for the improvement of quality of undergraduate teaching. Anyway, thank you very much for the effort. That is from my side, what we have initiated and the brief account.
I think that is great news, Dr. Chandana, for everyone listening to this presentation. Actually, when you mentioned that you have been allocating mentees, each and every mentee to senior academic staff members, did you select the mentors from the same discipline or from different areas of work?
Yeah, at the moment, we have given the open invitation, but we initiated with senior academics or who volunteered from the same departments we allocated.
Okay, yeah, because I thought I should raise that point. These are a few important points that we have experienced while we were progressing. The identification of mentors. Some prefer to have mentors from within the discipline, and some prefer to have them from outside the discipline. And since most of the established universities, they have very elaborated mentor-mentee matching programs, but we here most of the time we invite the mentees to work together with the heads of department and to identify their own mentors. Since this is a small community, that method, I think, the method we use is somewhat different. So these points will be important for this the rest of the group who will soon be joining the field of mentoring. That's why I wanted to mention that point as well.
Okay, thank you. And as we go hand in hand with, we are having trainees in pathology and MD and all these things. Directly supervisor being mentor, and mentee is a trainee. So how do you look at that? Because it is more the training focus is there, but are there any positives or negatives in that?
If you go into details, I think we can find both negatives and positives as well. But in general, I think it's a great step ahead because the senior academic can act as a sounding board or a mentor as well as a coach in pathology. I think they will be able to differentiate the two roles and act as a mentor. And when at the point where the mentee needs a bit of coaching in the discipline, in your case it's pathology, the support in the specialty as well.
Okay, thank you.
However, but we shouldn't forget the point that the mentor should not be a coach, and mentor has to be a sounding board who will basically look after the overall career development of a mentee.
To add something,
these are the practical issues that we have to face when we are actually establishing programs.
Dr. Yamuna, may I say something?
Sure, yes.
Yes, I was listening to what Dr. Vikramaratna, are you from Gaul? Yeah.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
madam.
Thank you very much. What you said is actually quite interesting and relevant. You know, I don't know how it is with your medical school. I mean, I'm from the science faculty in Colombo, but I think there are, in my experience, there has been obviously, as you all agree, there are negative aspects of, mentors or whatever you may call it, the informal people. It's generally because of what you said about the cultural aspects is really important, because ours is still quite a hierarchical society, right? And අපි අර ගුරුවරු කියන දේ සීනියර් මිනිස්සු කියන දේ අපි ලේසියෙන් challenge කරන්නේ නැහනේ, right? And I have seen too often, I have not too often means like, අර මෙන්ට හරි informal role model විදිහට තෝරාගෙන ඉන්න එක්කෙනාගේ negative characteristics, things that are not good for the rest of the department, are taken on by mentees. I mean, I really hope nobody takes this in the wrong way. I'm just sharing my experiences, right? So, of course, Yamuna, I also want to tell you that perhaps what you said now see, it's only the people. Last night I was thinking about this. I wanted to tell this to you. Then ඔයාගේ training program එකට ආපු මිනිස්සුනේ අපිනේ දන්නේ what you said, sounding board and not being, the person who is like guiding that person too much or whatever, right? Yamuna, I would like to request you to make a presentation of, these practical tips, right? Because there are people from all faculties who attended your training program. But remember, the entire faculty, the general body does not know of this. Right now, I know today there are science faculty, various faculties are starting the mentoring program. But එන මිනිස්සු විතරනේ ඕක හුඟක් අය දන්නේ. ඕකට ඉදිරිපත් වෙලා හරි head nominate කරපු හරි මිනිස්සු විතරයි ඕවා දන්නේ. හරි? I would like to invite you, as being the director quality assurance, right, to make a generic presentation, right, and of what is required. I don't know, I'll talk to the vice chancellor and see, maybe you should talk at the next Senate meeting or at our the monthly CQA meeting, not the one that is coming up next week, but to talk about the practical ways in which you find this, because it's only the people who attended your training program who know these things. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Professor Pallewatha. Your points are well taken. We'll look forward to work on this line. We experience a lot of practical issues. We talk about the basics, we talk about theory, we talk about world literature, and we talk about the very limited local literature. But when it comes to real practice, sometimes you will have to consider some practical issues which we cannot forget. So we need to try and achieve a balance when we develop and establish programs. Yeah, your points are well taken, madam. Thanks.
Dr. Yamuna, can I add something? This is Erandi. Yeah, so
Yes,
in
Erandi.
our meeting, we took the decision that the mentor should be someone different than the research supervisor. Because otherwise there might be some biases and certain concerns. So it should be somebody different than the research supervisor of the mentee. It was decided there.
Okay, I think that will allow you to remain within the concept of mentoring, and we can actually, we can see how it goes. I am fairly sure that you'll be successful in that.
Okay.
Yamuna, can I come in?
Yes, sure, madam. Yes.
There is a question on the chat forum. I would like to ask that question from you to give an answer. What are the plans for remote mentoring processes within the current pandemic situation? So have you thought of any particular plans in this pandemic situation to continue the academic mentoring program successfully?
Yeah, I think it's a very important and a very timely question. We need to think about e-modes of mentoring in many countries. Even before COVID, uh, many established programs had this arm of activity on distant mentoring, especially when their trainees are attached to the remote institutions or when they are working in overseas countries. And there had been various reasons for them to adopt this method. Uh, Distant mentoring had been in practice even before COVID, but now I think it's time for us also to think about it. Uh, we, uh, we have to, it will be a very useful step if we can think of that as well. And we have already started our, just starting with this virtual conference, we have thought of conducting some virtual sessions that is to actually support mentors and mentees and mentoring programs, that is to deliver the outputs from our end. We have also thought of using the virtual modes to conduct further sessions which will be available to you. We'll be inviting all of you. If you are interested, you can join with us. And in addition, mentoring also should be considered under this new normal with EE mods included in that. Yes, of course, that will be very useful in summary.
Dr. Yamuna, may I take this opportunity to say some few words? I'm Nilanta from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, and I'm the coordinator of the student mentoring program. Actually, once I met you, where I was at a meeting with Professor Uma Kumaraswamy. Actually, my intention was also to introduce this academic mentoring program at my faculty. But with the discussions with other staff members, we decided to first implement the student mentoring program, and we implemented it, and it's very successful at the moment with this COVID situation also. And I'm very thankful to you and gratitude you all for the University of Colombo, and especially for you sharing this information with us, because now we are also intending to implement our academic mentoring program. And I think that University of Colombo will help us because I know that even starting academic mentoring programs, we have several issues to solve before starting that, even to assigning mentors, mentees, and these. I heard from Professor Kalyani and also the Professor Nirbali Palawatha. Now we need to implement some key performance indicators, even to how to monitor this mentoring program, this academic mentoring program, because it is very essential at the moment. And again, I take this opportunity to share especially extend my gratitude to all of you, and hope that University of Colombo will support the other universities to implement the academic mentoring programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilanta.
And Chandana here from Gaul Medical Faculty. A few words about student mentoring. Actually, we had for many years. I can't remember exactly, but what I can feel is student mentoring. The success depends on the students' commitment and requirement, because it is a quite heterogeneous population of students, and they don't understand what is really mentoring and being a mentee, what they can really gain to improve them. But sometimes when they have problems, only they contact, and so it is a quite heterogeneous, complex situation. Sometimes there are certain students, true, they discuss how to do the studies well, and to discuss the professional qualities, improvement, and issues. It is like counseling and mentoring differences, and there is sometimes a mixture of these things happening. So it depends on how the students feel and need that service. Actually, I don't know how to improve that in the student community.
If I may add something to your inputs, Dr. Chandana, I think it is a universal problem, isn't it, Harshima? We also see personal tutors. We call them, by the way, personal tutors. They hardly ever come to see us. all of us have the first meeting, and afterwards they really come to us. I think one way out can be just giving some awareness on the need of a mentor for a student. I think if we go back to our student days, we were not different, I think. So later on, we realized the importance of having a senior person behind us and guiding us. So if we can just give them some kind of introduction about the programs that we have and the need for having a senior person to support us, do you think that would help us in any way?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. In discussion on establishing mentoring within our university system, both for academics and for undergraduates. I would like to thank all of you who participated actively in this discussion, and especially two presenters who shared their experiences of establishing mentoring programs in their own institutes, Ms. Pramoda Vithanage from the Faculty of Law and Mr. Rangana Jayashankar from the UCSC. Prof. Kalapatti and I would like to thank you all for participating in this session, and we hope that you will stay with us for the next session and that you enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on to the third and final session. This session is titled Mentoring for All. And this session is on professional colleges network and the experience of successful mentoring programs. This will be moderated by Dr. Yamuna Sirivardhana, who's the chairperson of the AMP. Madam, is it possible for you to take over? So we were going to start. We were going to start on with the third session, but due to some issues, let's just take a break and start the third session in 20 minutes time. So shall we start it at 1:40? We'll all have a break and come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the third and final session. It's titled Mentoring for All. This session is on professional colleges network and the experience of successful mentoring programs. This will be moderated by Professor Hemali Gunasekara, who is the Professional Networks Coordinator of the Academic Mentoring Program, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. She's also a
Welcome to the third session, and this is, as mentioned, its title is Mentoring for All. First and foremost, I wish to thank all the participants from external universities and professional bodies who took time off from their busy schedules to attend this Mentoring Day conference. I also wish to thank the resource persons who has accepted our kind invitation to join the discussion today, again in spite of their busy schedules, and I will invite them to you as we go on. And dear participants, I hope by now you have some kind of an idea regarding academic mentoring and the mentoring programs that are there in the University of Colombo. Before we really start the session, the discussions, I thought it's better to again recap the mentoring programs in the faculties. However, it might be slightly different when it comes to the professional colleges. So just to talk about the mentoring program in the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, our objective is to establish a process in which each newly recruited academic or mentee will have an opportunity to develop a professional relationship with an experienced person, that is a mentor, aiming at enhancing career, professional, and personal development, which will ultimately positively contribute to high quality output of both individual and the institution. So the mentees are probationary lecturers. However, the program is open to all those who are interested. And the mentors are all interested and volunteering academic members of the faculty. And the mentorship period is generally for 3 years until the lecturers are confirmed in service. However, it is open to continue as long as they wish. And then the process is the a suitable mentor will be identified for the mentee in collaboration with the head of department. And then the head of department will also identify the requirements for the mentee as well as the department in general to start off the mentoring program. And then, of course, following that, we recommend face-to-face meetings, and then, of course, regular follow-up and feedbacks are obtained. So that is like a prototype of what we do. And then, of course, the academic mentoring program activities are conducted under 4 main streams, which are Faculty of Medicine Program Support Stream, University of Colombo Program Support Stream, Awareness and Professional Network Stream, and the Infrastructure and Program Management Stream. So actually now today, this is the Awareness and Professional Network Stream, the activities that we are discussing, okay? So basically our aim is activities on raising awareness and interest in mentoring among professional bodies and universities in Sri Lanka. So to this aim, we generally conduct awareness programs, offer training sessions, and provide supporting required by for other activities. So that is the main function of our program. And today our aim is really to introduce to you these mentoring programs and the mentorships, how it is developed and cultivated. So we are very happy to note that we have participation from almost all the universities in Sri Lanka, starting off from Moratuwa, Ruhuna, Sabaragamuwa, Kelaniya, Eastern University, then Jaffna University, University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Kotalawala Defense University, and KIU. And also we are very happy to note that the College of ENT Surgeons, the Dermatologists, and the Sri Lanka College of Hematologists have shown interest and joined the today's conference. So to start off the discussion, I now invite Dr. Eugene Correa, a former past president of the College of General Practitioners. He has been closely involved in our academic mentoring program of the Faculty of Medicine and the peer support program of the College of General Practitioners. Dear sir, I welcome you to the conference and I hope you can hear me. And thank you very much for joining us. Sir, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Thank you, sir. We can hear you.
Fine. Okay. First off, I must congratulate principally Dr. Yamuna Siriwardana and the medical faculty of Colombo for a marvelous bit of work that they have done over the last 2 or 3 years. It's delightful to see this development. So I must thank Yamuna and also Professor Himari Gunasekara for having involved me in this process this day. I note that Dr. Indira Vijay Siriwardana and Arundhati Kurukulusurya are also co-panelists. Am I right?
Sir. Yes.
Pardon? Am I right that both of them are also panelists on this session?
Sir?
Dr.
Sir, you are...
Arundhati and Dr. Indira.
Excuse me, sir. Before you start, are you joining from the phone, sir? You can't on your camera, is it?
I'm joining from the phone.
It's okay, sir. Please continue.
I'm joining from the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Can hear you, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So I'm actually very happy to be on the panel with Dr. Indira and Dr. Arundhati, who are great medical teachers. And I would like to move into this discussion from a different angle. And it's about the pursuit of happiness. Robert Waldinger, who is the current director of a 80-year-old research survey conducted by Harvard, which has followed over 280 odd participants, of whom only about 20 are alive now. And he says that it is relationships and how happy we are in those relationships that ultimately decide on how healthy we are after 50 years. So it is not our lipid profiles, it is not our blood pressure levels, but it is a happy, a contented relationship. And why this is important for me is because what is unique about general practice is the long-term relationship. As I have often said, it is from one mother's womb to another person's tomb, depending on whether you're the GP or the patient. It is that long. And that is what makes general practice unique. So having said that, coming back to the college and why we started on this project, it was about 9 years ago. With the development of our first, with the certification provided to us by the Medical Council for our diploma in general practice, which is known as the MCGP, it was a 2-year program, and we felt that there was a need for us to have mentors to support the postgraduate trainees during this 2-year program. So it was somewhat academic, and it made us realize that the people who connect up, the postgraduate trainees who connect up are very varied, and they come from various walks of life, if I might say so, both varying from administration to people who are in the academia, to even people who are full-blown clinical professionals. So it's a very wide-ranging group, and getting them into this program and keeping them there, retaining them there, has become a key issue. So this was why we initially thought of a mentoring program. And in fact, when we in our first launch, we invited Professor Carlo Fonseca, my late teacher, among many other people. And his observation was that you guys are nuts, because you're going to take over people, trainees, who will ultimately walk off with your practice, your staff, and possibly some bits of your equipment. Well, I'm happy to say that from that time onwards, we have developed into a group of about 50 mentors. Now, to give you more specifics of this mentoring program, this component is specifically directed at the MCGP diplomate, or sorry, the trainee. And what the main component of the program is the portfolio. And the portfolio has about 8 or 10 items which the trainee has to go through. So this is why we thought that the mentors could play a role. It was not quite understood as being a voluntary effort. Mentors are not paid, but there was a little bit of coercion in at the end of the program. The trainee had to have a certification from the mentor saying that the portfolio has been developed up to a standard for submission. But down the years, this never worked out to be a mandatory requirement. We had people who have not gone through mentoring at all, but who have completed the course, sat for the exam, and come out successfully. So, and this is coming on to how this happened. I think the Greeks had it, where they said that when the student appears, the teacher will also appear. And applying it to our mentoring program, we found since the students did not appear sometimes, the mentors could not appear. But in an entirely empirical approach, not entirely evaluated, but an empirical observation is that when the student appears, when the student disappears, the mentor also disappears. Meaning that some of them have had very successful, mentoring interactions with their mentors, and they have left, and the mentors have stopped at that. But a few other students have continued that relationship, and it has developed into a full-blown mentor-mentee relationship, which extends way beyond the period of time that we decided on. So, coming back to the program itself, the general recommendation is that the mentee and the mentor should meet at least twice in the first year and at least 4 times in the second year. That would be 6 times in all. But the ultimate, the actual number of times they meet are entirely up to both the mentor and the mentee to be worked out. Some of them have been meeting very, very frequently. Some of them have not been meeting very frequently. So it is not a mandatory requirement. But however, there's a little bit of coercion because at the end of each session of those 6, the postgraduate trainee has to get the mentor to place his or her signature on a self-assessment form. These self-assessment forms give an idea to the board as to where the trainee is in regard to the entire course. It's not only mentoring. So here again, we find that people are not all getting the signature of the mentor, but still the process continues. So, the mentoring committee itself plays a bigger role in the MCGP program because the mentoring committee is in charge of practice-based assessment, arranging practice-based assessment, A, and also in charge of working out the mechanics of the portfolio assessment or the defense of the portfolio. So the mentoring committee itself as a group plays a very important role in the MCGP course and exam. There is another type of mentoring that we are carrying out currently in the college, and that is known as membership mentoring. Now, once a postgraduate trainee has got the MCGP diploma, which is the main requirement for membership in the college, incidentally, ours is the only college in the country which conducts an exam for entry into membership. And once they have fulfilled other requirements, they are then put through a 3-month mentoring program under a mentor. And that 3-month mentoring program just runs the course. It's not a pass or fail mechanism, but it generally involves reflections by the mentee into what their progress has been since they qualified with the MCGP and how they are proceeding now and what they intend to do in the future, and an interaction with their mentors for a 3-month period. Once the 3-month period is up, they are accepted as full members of the college. So that is the membership mentoring program. The other one is a somewhat aspirational one. We intend to develop a vocational training program for young doctors who want to get into general practice. And we hope to connect this up with mentors, senior mentors of the college, who will guide these young doctors through their vocational training period. At the moment, it is being developed as a virtual course. It has been developed, but we have not launched it yet. So that is the third type of mentoring, which is basically guiding a young doctor into general practice. So these are about the main things that we are involved in. As to the success or the failures, I would say the success has been the realization by many of the trainees that they have been put in touch with really good people and they are developing themselves, retaining those connections which they developed when they came into the MCGP program. We have quite a few of those. On the other hand, we have some failures where the postgraduate trainees have not thought it necessary at all to connect up with the mentors and who have gone along their own pathway. Some of them have still been successful at the exam. So this in a nutshell is what we are doing in the college. We are also hoping to connect up this with social emotional course for people who are interested in developing themselves as human beings. I think that's about all for the moment.
So thank you very much, sir. So what advice would you give to a college who hasn't started a mentoring program? They should go about it. There's always a felt need for this, isn't it, sir? There should be a felt need.
Yes, I think that the recognition of the need is crucial. Now, in our case too, we did not think that we had to do great things with our younger generation, but it was as a result of the MCGP diploma program that developed. But if I might leave the message to the seniors. Now I'm in my 8th decade of life, right? And at this time, what matters to one sometimes is legacy. And legacy is not only what you leave behind for the younger people, but it is also what you leave in the younger people. And I can tell you that is, talking as an old man, that is an enormously satisfying thing, that I can give back something and leave behind something in my peers, which will help them in the future. So I think that sense of legacy, I think, which the seniors, it has to be the seniors, begin to feel after they have, hit the high notes in their lives, achieved what they have to achieve. And then, I mean, many of them will be past presidents and they would have gone through various astonishing achievements in their lives. But there comes a time when you feel the need to give back something. And the realization that there is a legacy which can be left in people. So that plus the connection, I think you need a bit of a punitive, if I may call it, connection with the college, which will give, some kind of maybe incentives for people to follow a mentoring program. Now, like we have in our membership mentoring, though the membership mentoring is not a pass or fail thing, unless you have gone through that, you cannot become a member of the college. It is not the main thing, but you have to go through that 3-month mentoring program. So I think you need to apply a little bit of coercion, because it is difficult for people to connect up otherwise. The other method I would suggest is to make the seniors in the college available to the juniors at a time where they need them. It's where the student appears and the teacher appears. So what I'm referring to is, during your professional work, if there's a major issue to the practitioner of any sort, if you have a panel of seniors in the college which is open to respond, not entirely to be judgmental, but to be supportive and to respond, I think that would bring in a lot of appreciation of a program like this.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's very good advice to follow. Now what we'll do is we'll move on to Dr. Arundhati Kurukurusurya and get her views as well. Arundhati madam, I hope you are there. To those who don't know, madam, she was a member of the faculty of the Colombo Medical Faculty, and she's a consultant hematologist. So she has been a postgraduate trainer for many trainees, as well as she has been involved in our academic mentoring program. So madam, I welcome you to the conference. Can you hear us, madam? Hello? Is she online? Okay. Okay, just give us a few minutes. Madam is joining, I think. Till madam joins, I'll just mention about the mentoring program that we initiated in the the Sri Lanka College of Hematologists because I'm a member of the college, and we initiated this program in 2019. And what we initially did was we identified 3 senior members as who actually voluntarily said that they will become mentors. One is Dr. Arundhati Kurakurasuriya, then Dr. Indira Vijayasrivardhana, and Dr. Mala Tudave. Actually, Dr. Tudave is in the audience and has come online. Indira Madam unfortunately was to join, but she will not join. I don't think she will be able to join. So what happened was all 3 madams were exposed to our mentoring workshops. They attended one workshop, and then later we introduced the program to our students, the PG students. And actually Yamuna kindly came and she gave a presentation and told them about the mentorship program, its benefits and so on. And we invited our students to come join the program on a volunteer basis, like voluntarily. But of course, that was about like mid 2019. And then actually none joined voluntarily. And then, of course, then what happened was we were planning to conduct more workshops and awareness programs last year. But due to the COVID situation, we really couldn't go ahead. So hopefully this year we would plan to do some more activities and hopefully get the students on board and start a really active mentorship program. So that is where we are. And Madam, have you joined? Can you hear us? Madam, you have muted yourself, madam. Can you please unmute? No? She got disconnected. Okay, she's got disconnected, it seems. So probably now she's on. Okay. Sorry, just give us a few minutes, please. Madam, can you please unmute yourself? I hope we can hear you. Can you hear us, madam?
We need to send a chat thing.
Shall we send a chat message? The madam is talking. Hello, madam. Yes. You can't unmute. Can you? Why is that? Wait. Just I'll tell the IT people. Hold on, madam. Madam apparently cannot unmute herself. Is there a way to unmute, madam?
We move on with the next one day.
Madam, hello.
Yeah. Until she settles
There's
down.
no other person also.
We can ask
Hello. Hello, madam. Hello. Hello, madam. Try to. Madam online. I know in the audience there are representatives from colleges who are in the universities and also university members from other universities. We'd like to really hear about your programs in the other universities if you have any. May I invite a member of, we have from Moratuwa University, Ruhuna, Sabaragamuwa, Kelaniya, Eastern University, Jaffna, Sri Jawadanapura University, Kotalawala Defense University. Anyone would like to share your experiences with us, with the rest of the participants? You're most welcome. Hello, can you all hear us? So shall I ask you a question, sir? Dr. Correa, can you hear us?
Please do. I can hear you. Please do.
Sir, can you, let's say, describe the qualities of a good mentor, sir? What should a...
Well, that's a tough question to answer because the actual roles of a mentor vary from trainer to coach to teacher and as they say, philosopher. So, I mean, for me, the chief quality would be the desire to see the forward movement of younger generation of professionals in the discipline. That would be crucial. And also the coming from that would be the need to, the desire to give of yourself to other people. Because I think the advantage when you get into the senior groups is that they have gone where they could have gone and they have been there and done that. But what remains is to see that they help the profession as a whole and to support society. So I think that seems to be, I know you mentioned that 3 of the senior professionals joined voluntarily in the program from the College of Hematologists. Now that is exactly how I would envisage that to happen. And the fact that you are having problem with people connecting up, I think is not surprising. It takes a long time really. So you need a little bit of coercion. And of course, the other one is to be able to come onto the same page as your mentee. The ability to, identify the needs, the aspirations, as well as the drawbacks in the mentee's character, and to support those. So unless the mentor is to a certain extent of a, an exemplary level, it will be difficult for this to happen because, as I have said often, you might be an excellent senior lecturer in cardiology or whatever. You might be able to, motivate people a hell of a lot. But there is no requirement for you to keep your blood pressure under check or your heart in good order as a cardiologist teacher. Or even if you take the case of a teacher who is in internal medicine, who teaches aspects of diabetes care, there is no requirement that the teacher should be, keeping his or her blood sugar levels under well control and to be managing his or her diabetes. She or he can still be a very good lecturer, very good teacher, and inspire people to learn in the whatever course that they are conducting. With regard to mentoring, mentors are analyzed, their attitudes are looked at, and their behavior patterns are looked at. So sometimes there is that disconnect. So I'm not saying that we have to be all paragons of virtue or all Mother Teresas, which is not possible for us. We are all human beings. Being human is an important quality, having failings is also important, but the way we have, moved through our various times of life would actually advise our development as mentors. Of course, towards this end, the matching is important. The matching of the mentor and the mentee are crucial. So that has to be crucially done, looking at the interest, sometimes looking at the distance and things like that, where there
Very crucial, isn't it? Yes. So thank you very much, sir. Shall we get some views from our university members who have joined? Any experiences or
Madam, I am from
any
Kelani University.
expectations you all have from?
Madam, I am from Kelani University.
Yes.
But I am not enrolled in the Faculty of Medicine. I am attached to Faculty of Social Sciences.
Right.
We have Department of Library Science, including other departments. In the we have introduced what you call this kind of program, mentoring program. We have initiated that we have internship program for our students, final second year students. Then actually that we now, due to COVID pandemic situation, that internship program has that is stopped. So we that means got the volunteer support from the senior assistant librarian from universities in Sri Lanka. We have selected them as mentors, and our students will be the mentees, that undergraduate people who are going for internship program. So now we have assigned one or two mentees for each senior assistant librarian. Now we have had a workshop also. That is we call as experiential education or experiential learning. And now our assistant librarian in the university system, now they are prepared to do the mentoring program. And I have asked students to prepare that means some document based on KSAM model. That means knowledge set, skill set like that, like a portfolio. So with the CV and this kind of that is called professional development profile. With these two documents, they will cooperate. That means they will cooperate. That means they will send this document to the concerned senior librarian. They will start. This is a new program. Thank you very much, madam.
Yes, of course. I think actually I'm fascinated with this lovely story that you have elaborated in front of us. It's very encouraging to see that there are a lot of participants still with us. So I think many members are from the other universities as well. So this will be great, good news for the others also. Let me ask one question from you. What made you start this program? What was you had a felt need, or just as a formality, or as a need for your institutional review, or anything like that? What is the reason for you to start this program?
Actually, madam, I was the in charge of, that means the in charge person in this internship program in the department. So I thought that that means in this COVID pandemic period, that means starting this kind of what you call interactive initiation is time important, because you know that senior assistant librarian also very much interested to share their views and ideas, experience with the students. So I thought that it is this due to the COVID pandemic, this period, this one. So that means we can start the program. That is why, because now the program, even that without that now then we can't evaluate the student also, but they are not getting experience also. Just we are doing our Zoom teaching through Zoom. But you know, this is one kind of interactive program, no? So that they will, that means the old assistant librarian, they are more than, I think, sometimes 25, 15 years experience, more than that sometimes, 20 years experience. They will share their live experiences, how their, what you call, mistake, errors, and what you call, problems. Those will share with this student, no? Then student will know these ones. And as well as they can continue their, what you call, career up to their maturhood, no? I mean that with these selected people. And I have asked our head of the department that we have around 150 students in, I think, 125 students, special students. All individual students should be, what you call, given a mentor, external mentor. That means external in the library field. Then from the first year, external mentor will be appointed. Then I mean that it is like a counseling as well as mentoring, coaching, like that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this explanation. I think there'll be a lot more to discuss between these institutions, between yourselves and ourselves in near future. So I invite all of you to be in touch with us even after this discussion, so that we can discuss further details and to see how we should help each other. This will be very, this is very interesting news to us that you all have started with different aims and using different methodologies. This will for sure help us to improve our program as well and to decide how we should be offering our future activities as well to you. So we noted that there are many other universities, the participants from other universities also with us. Can we listen to some of them if you have any, a felt need in mentoring, or what are your, if you have any plans to start, or if you have any programs at the moment, that will be useful information for the audience as well as for us.
Madam, there is another one also. I am Professor Veerasurya, that we are inexperienced in this field because you are a medical faculty and the engineering faculty, they are, I think, experienced person. I think in future you will conduct more workshop and what you call this kind of awareness session. Then it will be more useful for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, if I heard you properly, I think you suggested awareness session, right? Yeah, we will be planning them in future. We'll be offering them. I think some of you all registered with your email addresses. Now I think we are collecting your personal, the institution and the affiliation details as well. This will be very useful for us to be in touch with you in future. So make sure that you complete those forms and let us have your information. Then we can get back to you all to discuss, because now at the moment we are experiencing some technical difficulties as well, and some of your presentations, sometimes the voice is not clear and there are difficulties, and I apologize as well if we have missed any point and if we have not answered your questions properly, but there's always room for us for improvement and for future connections. Please do keep in touch with us. I think the main thing is to provide your details, the institutions and the affiliations. Is there any, I'm sure there'll be other participants who will have things to share with us. Isn't it, Professor Hemali?
Yes, if you have any comments, you're most welcome to give, please, from the universities. Okay, while we wait, I will introduce Dr. Arundhati Kurakurasuriya once again to you all, because now actually Madam is audible, I think. Madam's unmuted. So thank you, Madam, for joining the conference and agreeing to participate as a resource person. Can you hear us, Madam? So Madam is a very senior member of the Sri Lanka College of Hematologists, and I'm sure she can, based on her experience with the trainees, She can give her views on mentoring and then the mentee and mentor relationships and regarding mentoring. Over to you, madam.
Madam is talking, no? Yes. I don't think she will have some problems there, no?
Vaguely.
Hello? Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Oh, right, madam. We heard you faintly, madam. Just try one more time. Yeah. Hello? Yes, madam. We give a just yeah. Yeah.
Having
Yes.
some technical difficulties. So until that is sorted out,
Try to we'll continue. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Right. Thank you. I think madam is really encountering some difficulty and asked us to continue. So is there any members of the faculties who wish to give any input? So as Yamuna said, we all welcome all of you uh, to this to liaise with us and start up your mentoring programs, and we will definitely announce future activities that we plan for you all to join. So in the absence of any questions, we will wind the discussion. We wish to thank Dr. Eugene Correa and Dr. Arundhati Kurukura Surya for accepting our invitation to be with us today. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, madam, for joining us. And now I will hand over to Yamuna to continue the discussion. Over to you, Yamuna.
Thank you, Hemali. I think we have already discussed a lot of things since morning, actually. So it was very lovely to note that a lot of you have joined still at the last session. You are staying with us and you have shared your information, what you are doing at your ends and everything. Actually, what we have planned for the next year is our extended support programs where you can join to share your experience as well as learn from this end about the concepts in mentoring. And we also plan to provide some support systems to develop good mentors and mentees, and to provide support in establishing programs as well. So we are fortunate that we have developed a group of academics with experience and expertise within the university. While we were offering the programs as a single faculty at the very beginning, now I think we are, as compared to the beginning, now we have developed a larger group of academics who are interested and who are capable in supporting these programs. So I hope we can go together and develop our further programs. I invite all of you to join with us, and especially to write to us and provide your details. From the registration form, so far we are unable to identify the institutions and the affiliations. So I remind you to complete those forms and to send us the details, as well as there is a feedback form that was emailed to all of you. We are very happy to note that many participants have completed They have sent in their suggestions, briefs, and all this information that was requested. We are now concluding this session. Thank you once again. And the results will be presented in the next session. Thank you very much to all of you and Professor Hemali Gunasekara as well. And over to our compeer, Dr. Nilanka.
I now invite the convener of the academic mentoring program, Dr. Sumudha Suravira, to talk to the audience about the results of the feedback survey which was conducted.
Thank you, Nilanka. So as Dr. Yamuna and others mentioned, the University of Colombo mentoring program is started recently, and this is still a young program. And as the Faculty of Medicine program group or the working group, we are planning to develop this program further. In order to make the future program more suited to the needs of the users, we thought of taking your feedback, because you will be the future mentees and mentors. So we have developed a small survey, and actually this was circulated last night, and I'm very happy to say that we have had a very good response, and thank you very much for your response. So in this survey, we took these information, your profile, experience, and what do you expect from the mentoring program. 63 participants responded. It's a quite a good number, and it is shown that most of our participants are in their early or early mid-career level, and we have a quite a diverse group from different specialities, from health and medicine to law, arts, human resources, and almost representing every speciality in the university and outside this university. And we asked about their experience in mentoring, and it is shown that majority of them did not have any experience now, and only few have a good experience in formal mentoring. And if you go to this chart, you would see that people have more, or our participants have more experience in informal mentoring. And the current situation of their institutions, or our participants' institutions, it's good to see that most of the institutions have some sort of a mentoring program. And it's really encouraging. Apart from few of the respondents would like to be a part of formal mentoring program. And the last bit of our survey, we asked from our participant their expectation from the mentoring program. And in the coming year, most of our participants want to develop themselves as mentors or mentees. And most of them would like to have or like to learn theory behind mentoring. And we will be delivering a lot of CPE and training. And it's quite good to see that majority would like to have CPE and training periodically. And their mode of delivery, the preferred mode is online. And majority joined today because they wanted to become efficient mentor or mentee. And once again, I would like to thank you for responding to our survey in such a short notice. And thank you very much for joining us today, the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samudhu. Finally, we have Dr. Chamindri Vitarana, who will deliver the vote of thanks.
Dear colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Chandrika Vijayaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, and Professor Vajra Disanayake, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, and all the distinguished invitees who attended the inauguration ceremony. I would like to thank all the resource persons and participants for your contribution and very active participation throughout the activity. Let me once again thank all of you who made this event a grand success. Let me once again thank you all, the IT team, the administrative team, etc. If you all are not there, we won't do this so successfully. I'm sure everyone has benefited immensely from this event and will be taking away new knowledge and fond memories. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for joining in. I'm sure all of you all, as well as us, we had a great, fruitful day during this program, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for joining once again.